Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, March the 16th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen, please. I see one yes. I see another yes. So two yeses? Okay. All right, guys. Well, obviously, China today. You look at my pre-market scans, every single one of these, well, I'm sure every single one of these is China. These are all the pre-market actives up. Did not see one on the way down. I was actually checking to see if I could find a China stock on the way down. Anyway, take a look at Kweb, Kweb. If you want to play China, you don't want to find an individual stock. This is as good as any. So Kweb, Kweb, up 21%. Somebody asked, why is China up? I guess the government is trying to institute some measures to help prop up the economy, etc. So I'm skeptical. I'm always skeptical in something like this. So we're going to have to wait and see. Is this going to be a fabulous short all day? Or is it going to hold and move? So my bias is probably some kind of a gap down, maybe a hold, maybe move up from there. But hard for me to believe this is all going to hold. But look at all these China stocks. I mean, we've seen these China stocks just getting hammered over the last few weeks, and now all of them are up and big percentages. Look at BEKE, 44%, KC 40, Diddy 40, etc., etc. So there's really no point. I mean, I did mention a few of them, or I did put a few of them in the gap ups. I put LX here because it actually is an earnings play also, so it does have, in theory, something else going for it other than the fact that everything is going up. LX, it does have some room to around the three mark, but it is also an earnings play. Why did I put? Yeah, I'm just going to go over a few of them. I mean, you could throw a dart or throw something at a dartboard and pick any China stock, basically. Another one, it's a small one. Maybe we just kind of focus on some of the cheaper ones. RERE, the next high looking left is around 4. Actually, it's around 371. So it's got some room. But most of these charts we're going to see with China are going to look something like this with a ton of room. CAN is another one, just another cheap one. CAN. Again, the room, $5. Now, this is not a China stock. LE, not a China stock. This is actually an earnings play, and this is a gapping down on earnings. Land's End, so not a China stock. NLOK, I don't think it's a China stock either. NLOK. Not a China stock, gapping down somewhat. Actually, it's funny because when I first saw it, it was down here, and then all of a sudden it was up here, and it was a minor gap up, and now it's right back down. So pretty erratic right now for NLOK and LOK. S is an earnings play. Sentinel 1, I think it's called. Yeah, Sentinel 1. S is an earnings play, released earnings after hours. I'm sorry, after hours. Saw the reaction. There's the mauve area on our charts. That's the after hours reaction, and is still holding the gap down. Not a huge gap down, but nonetheless, it is a gap down. The big deal here, though, guys, it's basically an all-time low. All right, so an all-time low. A couple more China stocks. FUTU, another one that follows a lot. I mentioned this one because HOLI was well, no pun intended, but it was a Holly play from yesterday, and it was when the China stocks were moving down, this one was moving up and up and up. It did have a pullback by the end of the day, but HOLI looks like it's a decent continuation now. Of course, with all the China stocks, you would think so, just not very much volume. So this basically traded on its own yesterday. It wasn't really tracking what the rest of the China stocks were doing. Through the 200-day moving average again, 619 or 620, 1620 is the 200-day, so it's well above it now. And the next high looking left is 1689, so it's almost at that high looking left. So if Holly can gain a little more traction, HOLI can gain a little more traction today, pick up the volume, which I'm sure it will, this could have a second day run. DraftKings, DKNG is expanding their NFT exposure, something like that. It had something to do with NFT in their press release this morning. So that's caused a little bit of a pop for DraftKings, DKNG. Agri is actually on the way down. Seed or agriculture on the way down here. Don't see any specific news for it, other than it shouldn't have been up here in the first place. But other than that, it is gapping down. This is shortable for me too. Ugh. 5,000 shares available right now, so those shorts are probably going to dry up pretty quickly. And TSP, another one that, not a China stock. TSP, not China. And this is gapped up for, I see. Okay, so it is, let me see who owns this one. Yeah, okay, so technically it's not a China stock, has the U.S. flag there, but it is controlled by China, I guess. Too Simple jumps on a report of a potential sale of China unit. So in effect, this is a China stock with specific news to it, and that is TSP. Yeah, KC, just another China stock, a cheaper one. It's got some room. The next high looking left is around 560 to 570 on the daily chart. So another smaller one that has room. It's a huge float though, $250 million in the float. But that's a big move with that amount in the float, if that float is correct. So let's take a look at Kweb, Kweb. Let's see what it is doing. What was the other one? That FXI. 3 million shares for Kweb, and how many shares for FXI? 6 million. So this actually trades a lot more. Not a lot more, but I mean they're both very liquid. But this does have more interest for whatever reason. FXI, large cap ETF. So you can take your pick, but KWEB is up way more. Look at that, 21%. Yeah, I question that our float information for KC. I don't know if they did recently a reverse split but that seems pretty high for a stock to be able to get up 37%. I agree. Here's one I've never seen before, the X-Trackers Harvest CSI 300 China A shares ETF. So here's another one, another ETF for China. Cameco, we should have decent float information for Cameco. We have 397 million. That's it's an old. Well, when I say old, the company's been around for a long time, so. We have almost 400 million for Cameco, CCJ. Yeah, I did have Jets as my something to look at this morning. So Jets is above now. This is the ETF for the airline industry. Had a nice day yesterday. A little bit of a pullback, but not much. What it got to. Let's see, the high was 1950 and it closed at 1938. So, pretty strong finish really. And now it's above yesterday's high. That is Jets. So when you look left, the next high is 1970, which is above that. It's above that right now. So the next high is around 21. So let's see if the airlines can keep moving today. All right, 9/11, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from our friendly analysts. Crude, by the way, yeah, I'm just going to flash up the crude prices. So still hanging just underneath $100. Brent, literally 6 cents under, and WTI, $3.50 under. So crude is still underneath that magic 100. Okay, just got to get to my emails and check to see what the analysts have this morning. Ha! Are you kidding me? They must be snoozing today or last night whenever they came up with their lists. Or they just don't know what to say. We've got only a handful of upgrades and only 2 downgrades. And this is from briefing.com, but still. So I'll get the upgrades in now. Okay, there you have the upgrades. I don't see anything from Goldman. And here are the downgrades. Interesting that Sophie has been downgraded. Okay, there's your list, guys. Two downgrades this morning. Again, this is from briefing.com. I mean, I'm sure if you go to other websites, but that's pretty interesting. You know, look at Sophie. Boy. Yeah, guys. I mean, I'm getting some alerts, but they're basically all except Vail. Vail is not. Vail is not a China company. Vail versus is out of Brazil, isn't it? Yeah, so it's a Brazilian company. I suppose we better call it a Vale. Boy, that's hard for me to know, Jonathan. Your platform just closed on its own. I tried loading it again. I mean, I really don't know why that would happen. Try loading it again and just seeing if it happens again. If it keeps happening, I'm going to have to send you to our true tech support. I'm limited in what I can do, but in terms of a true tech support, but you know, obviously that shouldn't happen if it just just closing by itself. Yeah. So let me know. Open it again and see if it just shuts down on its own again. And you're promise me you haven't clicked the big X in the toolbar. All right, guys. So really, all I'm doing right now is actually trying to find something other than China that is this China stock? Yeah, this is another China stock. SONM. Remember, wondering would this hold its gains? SONM with their big Microsoft press release yesterday. So far, no. I mean, it got up to 133. This is SONM. It's back down under $1. I suppose one of my big focus could be on S if it takes out, what's the low right there? The low is 29.30. So the low, that's 2 days ago. That would put it at an all-time low. I'm going to stick an alert down there. And this is for S, Sentinel 1. I'm going to stick an alert around just over $29, around $29.07. See if it takes it out. It's an earnings play. If it does, that's an all-time low. You can just see it's been sinking over the last few months, like a lot of stocks, of course, but that will be an all-time low. All right, so this is not an, oh, this is just up 3%. I was looking at apps, APPS. This is not an China stock. All right, this is not a China stock either, LTHM. It is up a little bit, not very much volume. Just try to see if there's, MGM. Well, we can kind of call it China to a certain extent, LVS, because they're big operations in Macau, that area. I wonder if we got something going on in YouTube. Guys in YouTube, can you hear me? Usually I get a couple of people saying hello. Don't get anybody so far. SATL, SATL. All right, my ignorance on that particular flag, where are they out of? Uruguay. That's right, I think I've seen this one before. Yeah, we might have something going on in our YouTube room. SATL, so is there any news on that one? SATL, yeah, to interpret. They're going to participate in the upcoming investor conference. That was news from the 14th. When is the conference? Conference taking place 14 to 15, Palm Beach, Florida. So maybe they said something that, oh, there you go. Okay, thank you guys. Pepe and Jato, thanks. Don't really see any super low float Chinas, Zach. I know you're maybe looking for a suit like a really low float China. I don't see any that are like crazy low floaters. Doesn't mean there aren't any, but just don't see any. All right, it is now 919, 920. Let's take a look at the sectors. My guess is that, well, of course, everything, I mean, the markets is fading just a little bit, but so there's energy. So as we speak, every energy play is up from yesterday's close. And by the way, I've asked them to add the change from the open, okay, so we can sort on that. This is fine to look at in the pre-market, but I think it's more powerful to have the change from the open also. Of course, yeah, we could do it ourselves and save it as another layout, but I've asked them to just add the change from the open. Because for instance, yesterday, energy had a nice rally, but you'd never know it because when we kept looking at this, most of this, like I think almost 95% of the stocks were still down from the previous day's close, even though the stocks were rallying. That if you have the change from the open, you would see that. So anyway, but as we speak, energy, 100% of them are up. So just in case you don't know what you're looking at, these are the major sectors. So this is the energy, the major ETF for energy, XLE. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 100% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that means, okay? And you can see that there's really not a weak sector, with the market, with the SPY being up. So there's not a weak sector as we speak. Now, I say this every day, but we look at this 15 minutes from now and everything could change. But as we speak, every sector is positive, Which is interesting that energy is, because a lot of times when we see everything else positive, energy is in the dumps. So interesting that energy is positive. It hasn't cracked 100 yet. Price of oil, I should say, is not cracked 100 yet. But so there we have. So this is just gives you an idea about what we might expect. And I am just looking, keeping an eye on KWEB, Kweb, and just hanging tough here. Boy, up 22%. Yeah, oil's down. Yeah, it's below 100. It just, but it's not over 100, is what I'm saying. It's not over 100. So, based on the fact that every energy stock is up from yesterday's close. Of course, as I said yesterday, they rallied. Most of the energy stocks rallied all day long. So energy, if oil pops over 100 and gets another little run going, obviously those energy stocks will be, especially those low floaters that we were watching last week. Coop, not K, but COUP. COUP is. This was a big. It was an interesting one yesterday. Had a huge gap down, but a great recovery most of the day. It did give you an opportunity to short a little bit from its high, but very strong though. I mean, after getting just thumped on earnings. Let's see, we have somebody from Switzerland here. My time is gold. Welcome. Another cheap China, guys. Cheap China. YMM. Now that looks like it's coming into, well, maybe not. I mean, so many of these China stocks are going to look like this. 2 days ago, the big gap down, little recovery yesterday, and now the huge recovery today. Many, many China stocks are going to have this sort of a pattern. One of the ones I just hate to look at, I'll look at it though, Mike, JAGX. What is it doing? Yeah. We had a nice run yesterday late. Yes, this seems to do this a lot. Well, good for you. Somebody took this IXHL. Didn't you take it around 17? Somebody said that. Still a strange one. I still don't see any news on this one. All right, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything from yesterday is interesting. Still don't see I was really, I guess I shouldn't say hoping, but I mean, thinking that we might have a big collapse of NTRA yesterday. We just didn't get it. We got the collapse in the pre-market, You know, we had that nice collapse in the pre-market, but once the market opened, it just kind of meandered around. Well, let's take a look at XLE. You'll see, so there's where XLE closed yesterday. So that's why all the energy plays are up modestly, of course. Closed at what price? Around 71.77. So we're at 72.40. You know, certainly not ripping or anything like that. That is why, you know, I want to get the change from the open in there, because it doesn't really tell you anything. You're looking at the change from the close or the sectors, in my opinion. Not if you're going to try to time sector play during the day. Morning, TRD. Boy, look at these China stocks. Billy, YMM, Zito. YMM, yummy. Oh, look at why. Actually, this is interesting. I mean, it's a little pop out of consolidation here for YMM. But I'm certainly going to give this about 15 minutes anyway. I want to see how well these things hold. And this might be a great short for Kweb today. We'll have to see. Even Dada and Didi, and they're moving higher too. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back, and we are within 30 seconds of the open. Where's William? Oh, there he is. All right, didn't just see your post now, William. All right, everybody. Well, let's have a great trading day today. Definitely watching, obviously, the China stocks, energy stocks, and let's just see what happens with them. Once the market opens, probably give it at least 15 minutes to settle down. For me, anyway, that's what I do. And the market is now open. So let's see what happens here. And as expected, I'm getting a lot of these China stocks are running up. Now, not necessarily, you know, taking out the pre-market highs, but yeah, I did see that Starbucks had an upgrade. You know, they're really trying to wrestle with the idea of going green completely with their cups, etc. Well, actually, Sentinel is having a nice little pop here. Will this be a short the pop? Actually, so it's actually gone positive now. Sentinel S has gone actually positive now. It was a gap down. It has actually gone positive now. Peloton, a little bit of a move for Peloton with an upgrade yesterday, I guess. I think it was an upgrade yesterday for PTON. Yeah, FOMC at 2 o'clock. Everybody's anticipating 25 basis point lift, and maybe 7 of them in the year. Well, we'll see. All right, there's BEKE, almost taking out the pre-market high. 1369 would be the pre-market high. Oh, look at NTRA. Now there's a move for NTRA. They come up with a defense or something? Anybody trying to upgrade them? There's a pretty big move for NTRA. Pretty good volume that just came in. Keeping an eye on Kweb, guys. Kweb is just kind of hanging tough here, not doing too much. But BEKE definitely is on the move here. So what's the next high looking left for BEKE is 14.99. So obviously it has room. You know, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying look left. So at least you don't have to worry about a little bit of chart resistance. Okay, let's take a look at the Dow is up, SPY is up, NAS is up, as would be expected. There's no real action on the first 15-minute candle for the SPY. No action yet. Now there you go, guys. There, look at that fade for Dada. I mean, I know it showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. That's why I do not like taking anything so early. You got up to 924, fell all the way back to about 820, just like that. All right, we had a halt here, guys. MXC. So, as Zach pointed out, HUSA was moving. Of course, some of these little really crazy low float energy stocks that were really in play last week got thumped, of course, when the price of oil fell. Not that they should have been up there, but hey, it was just a trade. IMXI. Why do I have you on a price alert? Take a look at it and see what it is doing, IMXI. Well, it's an all-time high. IMXI, it's an all-time high. Not very much volume yet. Well, Las Vegas Sands on the move, LVS on the move. Again, might as well call this a China stock. Look, Sentinel, man, this was right here. I mean, this was down to $27 after hours yesterday. In the pre-market, it had gapped down, not a lot, but it had gapped down. What a recovery! Now, this reminds me a little bit of the COUP from yesterday. Uber on the move here, guys. Uber, UBE, of course, UBER. Uber, Uber. 31.39 is the next high looking left, so that could stall it. After that, it is 32.73. Again, it is early. It is early. Okay, another one of these little low float energy plays, ENSV. Where is this MXE going to open? Yeah, no big clue yet. There, guys, HBI. Haynes on the move a little bit. I don't know, maybe not a lot of room though. The next high looking left is 1580 or so. Now, look at big lots. Somebody said they swung that one. Big lots is moving down. BIG. LVS and Uber, guys, a couple of real movers. Uber not, of course, a China stock, so this is not, I wonder what is moving this one other than just the overall market. Needham and Company maintain Uber coverage with a buy and target of, hold on, $68. So there is maybe one of the reasons why this is moving. So this one got halted. Okay, WNW got halted. Low float. And okay, here you go, Zach. Here is your low float China. 6.7 million in the float. WNW. I didn't see this one before because it was under $1. So there is a low float China, WNW, that just got halted. You look, I mean, if it can kind of get up to this area, 170, obviously that would be awesome, but it is halted or just resumed. So it just resumed. Now let's see if it regains the dollar and maybe takes out that high of 113 and starts to move. So there is a low flow China. Well, they tried to. Now let's really take a look at this. The next high looking left is, there's 108, and then there's 118, 116, 139, so it got up to 120, so it got right to these levels here, and then it pulled back a little bit. But it's a low float China. Boy, this is this got up to 120 and then it just pulled right back down. All right, guys, watching this like a hawk here. WNW. Just hanging in over this $1 level. Keep an eye on this WNW. Low flow China stock. What is KWE? Okay, Kweb is actually starting to give it up now, guys, a little bit. Uber really on the move here, guys. UBER, Uber on the move. I'm just really focusing on this WNW to see if it gets back into the teens. It's holding $1, but Uber really on the move. Airlines on the move. So you want to follow those airlines. Keep an eye on Jets, JETS, ETF for the airlines. Yeah, I saw that yesterday, Uber, and I'm sure, of course, Lyft is going to add a fuel surcharge, but I don't know if that's the real reason. Well, I posted Needham, just put a $68 price target on them. That might be helping them. I don't know. All right, guys, I'm just going to just put a price alert for WNW up in this area here, around 113. See if it takes it out later. A lot of topping tails now, so the sellers have taken over. So I'm just going to forget about it for a while. All right, JETS, Jets, JETS. Next high looking left is 21.23, so let's see if Jets can take out 20. You want to play an individual one, I'm sure United. Well, they're all going to be up. You and your E-Trade getting shorts for MXC. Again, Interactive Brokers did not have shorts for it. All right, guys, so some of these China stocks are now starting to move. Well, I can't say that. I'm looking at Kweb, and Kweb is kind of hanging tough. I do see the AI has, considering a short for YMM. But until I see a big drop with Kweb, which I don't, be a little reluctant right now to short a China stock. I mean, obviously some individual stocks they're not going to hold their gains, but I'd like to see Kweb really start to give it up. AKA, is that one? We don't have any. Oh, we do have. At least we have a chart for it today. We didn't have a chart for it yesterday. No data available. Don't have it halted. How many? Any idea how many shares have traded? Yeah, I don't know why we just don't have any data available for it. The reason if it's under 20,000 shares, it's not showing up on my Pulse resumes. 1.4 million have traded, really? Wow. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Just not showing up. Yesterday, we didn't even get a chart for it. It is not halted. Well, if it was halted, then it is. It's unhalted because I'm looking. No, I'm looking at the charts, and they're moving. So it's halted, really? Oh, unhalted. Okay, thank you. Well, I see it is halted now. It is halted again now. I'm just not showing up in our halts resumes. Don't have any explanation why that's not happening, but we notice we don't have any data, so that's probably why. At least we have a chart. But I know it's halted because I'm looking at IB and it says it's halted. All right, here's a China stock. Gap up and go for API, and the next high looking left is 1045. So interesting. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, even though it's an IPO from yesterday, it shouldn't matter. I mean, you know, we do cover IPO. Well, it doesn't matter if it's an IPO or not. But IB has it halted. So we do know it's halted. So I think somebody was buying Yang in anticipation that the China market would start to fall. Not yet. Ooh, look at Kweb right now. Kweb right now. Well, so this is a push. This is a push in China, guys. Pushing higher here. KWEB. So most of the China stocks probably are moving. Except for that stupid little low floater, Zach. It didn't do what we wanted it to do. At least what I wanted it to do. So this is a China stock, RERE. So it is on the, it's moving. API guys taking out 9. That could really get it rocking here. Next high looking left is 1049. So China stock, of course. Now here's an interesting one. FTCI FTCI, it's got room to 680. This is from the small gap breakout that I that I brought back, I think on Friday. Looking at it for a couple of days now. I made an adjustment so only get an alert if it's above yesterday's high. So I'm not getting as many alerts today, which is what I want. Keeping an eye on API as it to get that bid over 9. All right, Zach. Well, you know NLOC showed up on your scan. There's the 200-day way down here. Let's see if it bounces. Wow, China's strong. API, guys. API took it out. Another gap up and go. Another China play. TSP. Even though it has an American flag, but it ties to China. Wow, look at Kweb, guys. Well, there's our answer. There's our answer. So far, anyway. I mean, it's taken out the pre-market highs. What's the next high looking left on that daily chart is 29.59. So it's got a little less than $2 until that area. So many of the China stocks are going to look like this, just like Kweb. And the market is still holding strongly here. All right, well, this is interesting. This is a China stock that gapped up and now it's gapping down, gap down in reverse. So this is definitely contrary to most of the China stocks, and that's ZTO. Okay, ZTO is contrary to most of the China stocks. I mean, it's still up 9%, but most of the China stocks are not doing this. All right, biotech, a little biotech ETF, bull 3 times, LABU. So waiting to see if this NLOC can bounce, Zach. If we can hold 27. Okay, so I do see this is from the AI. It looks like there's, yeah, I don't know, about 30 to 40 cents away. Looks like there's pretty decent resistance for PRDS, but it is, yeah, it's a low float, 25 million in the float. Too bad it's not a China stock. See, it has any ties? No. So that IXHL got halted on the way up, volatility halt. Okay, Zach. Oh, I took it and Nillock. Not a bad fill. Watching it and watching it and watching it. What we're talking about, guys, you know, this is the bouncers and toppers from Zach. The end lock. It was holding 27, holding 27. I've scalped some out. I just don't trust, you know, like a big move. But I've just scalped some out. I was looking left here on that 5-minute chart, and that's about 27.40-ish. So what's the spread on this one? Actually, it's not incredibly insane. 24.32.25 for the IXHL. Well, now it's gotten crazy, a little crazier. $1.25 spread. Yeah, I'm just, you know, I just can't trade it. If you're going to do this one, though, you know, don't take very many shares. You have to have a wide stop. Could have obviously a huge pop, or it could drop like crazy. So just be awfully careful with the IXHL. Yeah, that's great on that bounce, end lock. Bounces, of course, are going to work a lot better if the market is, you know, a little more optimistic. Obviously, the market's up. Okay, I'm just watching Kweb here. Boy, Kweb is still strong. The API, guys, that was an awesome on the continuation. Gap up and go. This is from this scan right there, the gap up and go. I mean, look at this China stock. CAN, the same thing. CD, same thing. I mean, just a ton of them. Gap up and go for China. You know, guys, keep an eye on Fossil, FOSL. I mean, this had earnings 3-4 days ago, got clobbered, 2 days down. Yesterday, recovery. Today, mini recovery above the high of 3 days ago, which is 946. I mean, obviously, it's got a lot of room here if it wants to keep running, trying to recover to that area. So keep an eye on FOSL. Okay, well, Enlock was good for a while. And now That's it. Boy, this really bounced off the lows here, guys. This GTLB a couple of days ago, as I was looking to short this one, it was an all-time low. Had earnings yesterday. I had earnings after hours the day before, but the reaction was yesterday. Came back, and it is starting to move. The next high looking left is 40. I mean, look at this bounce. I mean, 2 days ago, this was down at $29, 43 right now for GTLB. And what they do. We're getting the big sell from your scan, Zach. Good morning, Real. Yeah, don't look now, guys, but look at GME trying to get back to 100. Unbelievable. Another China stock, VIPS, VIPS. I'm just looking to see if we're getting any sort of a fade here. Not yet. Not yet for those China stocks. Just go to my homepage. I just put my link in. Go to my homepage. Go to the scan section and just look for Zach's bouncers and toppers. Okay. Yeah, gap continuation or reverse, okay? So, Mike, just go to my homepage. Go to my homepage, and I've got four alert windows in here. One is a gap up and go, which is what you're talking about. It's called the gap continuation or reverse. So just go to my homepage and you'll see it. No, it does have, again, it has four. It's got the gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. Okay, gap up and go makes sense. Gap up, kept going higher. Doesn't mean it's going to, when you get the alert, doesn't mean obviously it's just going to, rock all day long. But at the time of the alert, it had gapped up and it was higher. This is, again, a gap down and reverse. So stock gap down and is reversing. The gap up and reverse, gapped up and reversing, and the gap down and go is it gapped down and it kept going lower. Again, this doesn't mean it's going to maintain that direction all day long, but at the time of the alert, that is what was happening. Yeah, this could be, so this is actually my 10-day daily breakdown, and the 200-day moving average is about, well, it's right there, 26.38, so it's got some room to get there, I suppose. It's about 70 cents away. I wish that weren't there. I wish there was more room underneath, but another China stock, no halting it yet. Well, I shouldn't say halt, no stopping it yet. GDS. Okay, now the unlock is underneath 27. It is under 27 now. All right, guys. If you go to my homepage, I do have a momentum scanner. Basically, momentum scanners are looking for volume pops in 1 minute. Okay, Dano? I mean, or you don't have our program? I'm assuming you don't have a subscription to Trade Ideas. Is that correct? Okay, so the momentum scanner, with other filters in place, but the big one, the big filter would be something like this: the volume in 1 minute, and I put something like 1,000%. So that what that would mean is the stock has, in compared to the previous 1 minute volumes, has had an increase of 1,000%. So that is that is typically what a momentum scanner will have. That would be one of the components. You can also have a 5 minute big percentage increase in volume, but that's typically what it would look like for me anyway. So for instance, if we look here, we do have a momentum channel. So this is, here we go, like here's KC. So for instance, if I right click, configure, summary, you notice here, volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes is 400% of normal. This is what's usually giving it the momentum. Obviously you have to have other filters in place, because otherwise you'd be inundated with alerts. Okay? But this is shareable. Yeah, all programmed. Yeah, well, you can pick and choose. Yes, you don't have to create. With the Trade Ideas, there's no programming to learn. These are all the filters. In about 15 minutes, I go over what Trade Ideas is all about. But yeah, you can create your own scans without having any programming language. Those are two filters that I just showed you. And the scan, I'm sharing a ton of scans also. So when you call pre-programmed, yes, I mean, but of course you have the ability, for instance, in that scan I showed you, you may not like the price range, as an example, okay? Of course, you have the ability to change the price range. You can change anything, but if you like it as it is, you can use it. All right, guys, I'm trying this NLOK. I don't see it has a ton of room, but it popped over 27 and then back underneath 26 again. So I've taken the short on this one, and I feel like I'm in scalp mode on that one, just because of the nearness of the 200-day moving average. It's back up to 30. I'm out of it. I'm sorry, 30, 27. I'm gone. Yeah, I'm out of it, guys. I'll take a look at it if it breaks down into the 80s maybe, but I'm out of it. Basically flat for the end lock. Just don't like the fact that it doesn't have what I would consider a ton of room underneath. All right, well, if you got the AI, that was talking about that one a little while ago, the YMM. It is on its own. I mean, it is giving it up on its own. It's a China stock. When I say giving it up on its own, the rest of the China stocks, at least Kweb, is still hasn't done anything that looks like this. So this is definitely, trading on its own. I mean, most of the China stocks do not look like this. This is actually a green bar ignored now. And I'm glad I got out of that end lock short. Yeah, if you hang around a little bit longer, Dano, in about 8 minutes, I go over the program briefly, just kind of touch some of the important aspects of it, including the whole idea of not having to learn a programming language. Yeah, you guys have been talking, somebody's been talking about TLS. I see this is a gap down and reverse now, and it's an earnings play. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. Boy, I mean, Kweb is really still strong, guys. Most of the China stocks are still strong. That's what makes this, I mean, listen, the YMM, it may have some leg or some movement down still, but it's definitely counter to what the rest of the China stocks are doing. Come back with all your teeth, Denver. Wow, API was awesome, guys. API was awesome. I mean, these are the ones I kind of love because of the percentage move, the potential percentage move. And, look at the difference here, guys. 1049 was the next high looking left. I mean, we're down at, underneath $9. That's a tremendous amount of room. That's why I didn't really love the end lock. I just saw that down here. I thought, you know what? I mean, it could get there. That would be okay. Wouldn't have been a bad little move, but I really like the ones that've got a ton of room when you look left. Yeah, take your pick, guys. FXI, or Kweb. Meanwhile, KC, you're right. Now this is getting closer and closer to 5. So I always think that 5 may stall it. That whole number. Well, they don't all have to be China. What is that? STLA. STLA. Where are you out of? Netherlands. Okay, so no, that's right. This is kind of affected by. I don't know if this is. I don't know what this has to do with Russia. It may have something to do with Russia. I'm not 100% sure though. I know it's a Netherlands stock, but. All right. Well, there you go. Let's hope let's hope that's true, Zach. And that might be the reason for it, because I have this feeling that STLA's got something to do with Russia. I may be wrong, or just Europe. I mean, it's obviously Europe. So let's just call it Europe. And if that is the news, and that is correct, then we should see some of the European stocks pop. Yeah, no, I know it. I know what it is. But we've seen some of these other. Again, I don't want to say this is Russia. Obviously, it's not Russia. It's Netherlands, but it's Europe. I'm just saying affected by what's going on. That's all. So another gaming stock, MLCO. This is more. This is more. Well, this is China, not more like China, but this is China. Let's take a look at oil just to see what oil is doing right now. All right, well, we are touching 100 now. Okay, just touching 100 for Brent and just underneath for WTI. Boy, look at well, your topping scan is telling us to short some of these, but boy, oh boy, I mean they're so strong. Take a look at EPAM. EPAM. Wow, a little more expensive than I like, but 361 is the next high looking left. Meanwhile, Sentinel is just now. This may be coming into finally some resistance. Sentinel S 3528 is the next high looking left. So it's still got a little bit ways to go. Well, there's no trust involved here, eyes. look at GME. This is crazy, but every time we think this is it, completely over, it starts getting close to that 100 again. Yeah, starting to move down again, N-lock. Whoa. So, William, you got out of this one, thank goodness, for only a $3 loss or so. IXHL. All right, guys, a little bit of a breather for me here. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. And I'm just trying to get my homepage link. All right, I put my homepage link in here. So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So we do have a promo on right now, 20% for St. Patrick's Day. Patty, 20 for 20% off the first month only or the entire year. So if you click on this, get trade ideas, this is what you're going to see. We have 4 plans, an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So you can apply that 20% discount. So the premium would work out to $1,600 for the year. Standard would work out to $800 for the year. The big difference, and you guys having a pretty good day today. The big difference is the AI, in which you have alerts sent to you. Well, you just open this window, wait for the alerts to happen, okay? And this is what's happening today. Obviously, an awesome day so far for the AI. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. That's a big difference between premium and standard. You don't have to take out an annual. In fact, here's my recommendation. If you don't know you want this program yet, don't take out an annual. You have to take a look at our terms and conditions for a refund, our refund policy. So make sure you want this program. No problem though. Take out a monthly, 118, 228. You'll get the 20% discount on the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you do decide you want to upgrade to an annual and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 20%. Okay, so you can try us out for a month, and if you like it enough, you want to upgrade, great. If you don't have to ever upgrade to an annual, but there is that option. Most people want to take that 20% on the annual because they want to take advantage of the best price, but you don't have to do that in the first month. If that makes sense. On my homepage, we do have 3 free sections. We have the Trade of the Week. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do I should rename this now. What makes this trade great video? Okay, that's what I'm calling it now. What makes this trade great? Kind of go over what I'm thinking and what are the elements, and that is free. Education, all the education is here. So we have a great user guide now, all searchable. If you're brand new to Trade Ideas, I would take a look at the introductory lessons. It goes over all the basic features of Trade Ideas. Daily support, today is Wednesday, so it should be Steve. I take a break at noon, so between noon and 1 Eastern. Steve, one of the other traders, takes over in our YouTube room. And today being Wednesday, that should be Steve Gomez. I'll confirm that. He's the originator of the Trades of the Week. And of course, Chris, from 3:30 to 4:30, when I shut down the main room, he is there in our YouTube room also. So a ton of support. You've got this live room, you've got 12 to 1, and then you've got 3:30 to 4:30. So a ton of support. Daily webinars, there is one today. This is the one I help out on. We're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. You can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, please take a look at this series. Michael Noss of Trade Ideas put it together. Starts off with what is a stock, okay? Now, on my homepage, sharing a lot of scans. All right, so here are a lot of scans that I am sharing. You can pick and choose. You can take a look at them all. You would not want to have them all loaded at the same time. I don't. They have that's way too many. So, but you can take a look at them and see what you think. And this is what I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down. Pre-market act is up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market, especially these 2. I've been using this format for years and years and years. And people are asking for this is the gap continuation or reverse. I've got the Halts resumes here. So a lot of information here. These 2 sections, a lot of information. Save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. Meanwhile, China is still going crazy. API, wow. I guess you can tell I'm in that one. And yeah, N-Lock is working. Good for you, Real. You stuck with it. I did not. I actually took it on the upside, on the bounce. Yeah, the discount will approve. Yes, it will. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you upgrade to. So I understand what you mean. You have a premium, but premium monthly. You want to upgrade to standard annual. Yes, the promo will apply. Discount will apply. Look at Kweb, guys. Boy, I am a little surprised. I was actually anticipating more of a fade from here, but no, not even close. Not yet, anyway. And look at Sentinel. Man, oh man. This BHC even. This is not to China. Canadian 2309 is the next high looking left. If it can take that out, 2348, and then we got way up here at 24. Wow, API was the, just on a percentage basis, guys, API. I mentioned this one. This was a gap up and go. Waited on a 9 break. Had all this room here. Ton of room. All right, what is Trade Ideas? Yeah, Todd, 20% off the first month only. Okay, yes, guys, please listen. And yeah, I mean, the subscription, the promo code, if you take out a monthly subscription, you'll get 20% off the first month only. Okay, if you decide to maintain a monthly subscription, it'll go back to the regular price. But if within 30 days and you decide, you know what, I want to go from monthly to annual, we'll honor the 20%. Okay? Clear, Todd? That makes sense? I mean, if we offer 20% off every month, why would anybody take on an annual? And I'm not just talking to you, Todd. I mean, people are always asking that question. Boy, is this going to get, how close to 10 can this possibly get? And that's why KC is so great too, because of the percentage move. I mean, it's all about the percentage moves. And now you're getting into 566 is the next high looking left. I mean, hey, it could take it out, but at this point, I don't know, if you guys took this in the 450 level and it's at 550, I mean, that's a fantastic percentage move. No, my API is not quite as good in terms of percentage move, but I'm very happy with it. Whew, Sentinel, man, oh man. Sentinel reminds me, well, Coop never got positive, but Sentinel, look at this move for Sentinel. Yes, this is an earnings play. And is it above that high now? Not quite. 36.15 is the next high looking left. And man, I mean, if you take that out also, but remember, this was down. I mean, this was actually down. This released earnings after hours. It was down for the day. It was down from the close yesterday in the pre-market. Market opens, zoom, and it's not a China stock. Okay, so let me just get back into my spiel again. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So again, this is an example of one of the scans I'm sharing. This is an example of a scan. So when and I'll just show you what it looks like. This is always the format when you're looking at an alert window or a top list window. You right click on configure, right click, configure, and then summary. That'll tell you what it's looking for, what the scan is looking for. So in this particular case, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20. This is a very powerful filter that we have, the current volume filter. That means it's trading 8 times normal up to this point of the day. Okay? 400,000 shares minimum, 5% from the open, etc. Okay? I'm just really trying to show you that if you want to create your own scans, you always start off with some filters. And if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. This is the flip of this, same sort of filters, but stocks making new lows for the day. So again, this is these are ones that I'm sharing, and you can always make adjustments. If you didn't like the price range, you can always change it. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here, because if you want to make your own scans, and well, before I do that, let me go to our toolbar. If I click on new and then dock channel bar, so you saw all the scans that I'm sharing. There's not a news channel as such. We have a news tab, but if you're looking for like the latest absolute breaking news, no. But the news tab, it's pretty good. I definitely use it in the pre-market, but if you're looking for that late breaking, from the services that charge 100, 150 a month, no. So this is our channel bar. Each one of these channels is theme based. So for instance, here's the momentum channel. So so again, right click, configure, summary. Okay, this is what it's looking for. So again, if you didn't like this exactly, in other words, if you wanted a different price range, this is looking for stocks between 1 and 50, you just click on the icon and now you can make a change to it. Let's make it 10 and 100 as an example. If I click on the summary, you see how it is now changed. And if I say OK, so now it's changed. So you could have done one of two things. If you looked at this and you thought, you know what, I like it as it is, great. Or you can make a change, save it, and then you can save it to the cloud. And why I'm saying that? Because now you can go to another channel and take a look at another scan. If you liked it, you could save it to the cloud. So what I'm really trying to show you here is you can go to the various channels, extract scans that we've created for you, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, thereby creating your own layout without actually knowing how to build a scan in the first place. From scratch anyway, okay? Just waiting on the API to see if it takes out 10. Getting close to, I actually haven't taken anything out yet. It's very rare for me not to do that, but boy, China, China, China. Ding dong. So, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. And as I said before, no programming language to learn API through 10. Yes! Oh, man. I mean, now we're looking left here. I don't know anybody who took it, but 1049 would be your next level. Now, guys, give me a moment here. Okay, I've just traded some out now. It popped through 10, got up, what did it get up to? 1021. I still think 10 might. So I've taken some out right now, just underneath 10. Just waiting to see if I can take out 10 again. Okay. If you want to build, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. No programming language to learn. If you right click on, say, an alert window and click on configure, click on search, these are the alerts that we have. We have a ton of alerts. Okay, when you see these icons, these are all the alerts that we have. And when you see these icons, these are the filters. Do not get hung up on how many alerts and filters that we have and think, I cannot learn them all. You don't have to. What we've done is we've kind of created like an a la carte, all right? If you want to build your own scans, we feel we have enough different alerts and filters that for the majority of our thousands of customers, they can create the type of scan they're looking for, all right? So obviously you don't have to learn every single alert and filter. Keeping an eye on the API. All right, so I've covered most of the just the basics about trade ideas. Okay, just the basics. So if you don't want to create your own scans, you can have my scans. You can go to our toolbar and take a look at all the scans that we've created. When you get used to using trade ideas, you'll probably want to maybe tinker with some of them, or create your own scans from scratch. But you don't really have to. If you don't want to, you don't have to. We've got a lot of different types of scans for different trading styles. All right, API. I'm going to whisper its way up again. Now the AI. This is the AI. This is what it looks like. This is what I would do to follow the AI, okay? If you have our premium service, you just click on New from our toolbar. Click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, this is the window that you'll see. Now, there are more alerts probably. What I would do is go to the filter and I would just click on profitable trades. Just follow the ones that are working. I have no idea. These are all of the trades. You know, there's only one that got stopped out, but you might as well just curate the ones that are working and follow them all day long. Okay, never mind the ones that aren't. Now, this is going to destroy some of you who want to auto trade the AI, which we don't agree with. So that's flat. That's, you know, because obviously if you're going to auto trade the AI, you have to take every one of them. We just don't agree with it. So you follow, you just keep an eye on the ones that are moving. Use it like a watch list, you know, and you can trade around these all day long. You have an entry, you have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the penny of the entry. You know, the way I trade, I never take first of all, never auto trade, but I never, ever, ever would do that. I would always want to click on my alert, see what's happening, you know, check the chart, check to see, you know, what sort of room it has, what is the market doing before I make a decision to buy or sell anything. All right, last, this is this big blue window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus. Yeah, I haven't even been able to follow this. 35.28 was the alert on a bounce. 35, yeah. So I mean, it got up to 35.81. Yeah, nicely done, nicely done. All right, I am going to put this link called Brokerage Plus in to the rooms. Just go over it, let you know what it's all about. All right, so the Brokerage Plus link that I put in here, okay, there are two videos. The first video, their short video, please listen carefully. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, the short video shows how you can connect to your account and then use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? You notice here, it says Brokerage Plus underneath, two options. One says live and the other is simulation. But again, listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have this option or feature. That's all it means. Also, you have to be using our app. If you're using the web-based version, this is not available. Okay? The second video in that link, a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how to use this window. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, please practice trading before you commit money to the market. All you need is our standard service. Okay? You don't need our premium service. And then you would just click on Sim. And then it'll say select account, and I'm going to select simulated trading account or default, okay? You don't even need a broker because it's using our real-time data, okay? So it's using our real-time data. So if you're still unsure about what broker you want to use, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and that's good enough. Okay, guys, all out of the API now, guys. All out of the API. I'm not going to hang around. It popped over 8 again, 10 again. On the way down, I got out. So I'm all out of it. Potash had a big tumble, IPI. How's Mosaic doing? Mosaic probably is following, maybe? Yeah, so Potash is taking a bit of a hit for whatever reason. Ah, uranium. Okay, so UEC. Let's take a look at UEC. And of course, well, let's look at CCJ. That's the big guy. CCJ. Mm-hmm. Yesterday's low was what? 2387. Now, to use the simulator is very simple. You know, once you get into the simulator trading default right there, as long as it says that, you just click on an alert. Symbol shows up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. You want to go in at the market, that's fine. Especially if the spread is tight. If you're going to buy it, obviously you click the buy button. If you're going to short it, you click the sell button. So for fun, let's take a short of Kweb. Okay, maybe Kweb is starting to just give me a moment. I want to click on, there we go. I'm going to click on it, get the chart up. Okay. So let's just say I wanted to take a short of this one. A couple hundred shares short. The spread is a couple of pennies, or a penny, so that's okay. So I'm going to sell it, and that's how you do it. You want to practice shorting, that's all you do. Just click that big sell button. Now you're short. Okay? The entry was 28.41, down to 28.33. Obviously, you want the price to go down when you're short. Now, I just wanted to demonstrate the mechanics of doing it. All right, if you want to practice swing trading using this, you can do so. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using this simulator. Again, it uses our real-time data, so you don't even need a broker. Lucky you with a 2-day vacation. Two-day vacation, that means you got a four days off. Good for you. Woo, that is pretty big on that Richter scale. Poor Japan, man, they just get typhoons or earthquakes. All right, guys, so things have settled down for me a little bit here in terms of the alerts that I'm getting. So we're starting to see probably some of the China stocks. You know, look at the API now. I mean, that's why you cannot walk away. You're in any trade. I don't care, you know, we always talk about low flow trades, but I don't care what trade you're in. You cannot walk away from your computer without, well, if you want to put an auto stop or something like that, fine, but you cannot walk away. But I mean, the China stocks are starting to fall. You can just see. There's Kweb. So now I'm looking at, you know, again, I have not been able to pay enough attention to Zach's topping plays, but like a lot of China stocks. So you could have had your pick almost. Or short Kweb, Kweb. I mean, you know, Kweb. Market is still hanging tough though. All right, guys. Boy, alerts have dried up now. BWV, I see, was halted. Ooh, halted on the way. Halted again. Wow. Blue water vaccines. Whoa. Oh man, oh man. I hope nobody was in this one. Yeah, probably not because I mean there's only 82,000 shares. I didn't see this one at all. The volume was way too low. It did show up my halts resume scanner, but this is what I'm seeing. Here's the potential open. You're halted at 52. The potential open 36.67 or so. Yeah, remember this was $70, $70. So hopefully nobody was in that one. And this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? So typically, okay, now I'm going to start looking at some of my 10-day daily breakdowns. So they're pretty cheap. Ooh, birds. All right, BRDS. Shoot, I wish I'd seen it a little bit early. It's the only problem with when I go in my little spiel. Sometimes I miss some of the things. At 10:24 though, BRDS. And this is what I'm talking about. Okay, 10-day daily breakdown. It's an all-time low. These are the ones I really love. It's an earnings play. Got a lot of bad things going for it. Obviously, a gap down on earnings, and now it's an all-time low. So again, just to, there is the news tab, okay? All right, let's take a look at some of these things from my small gap breakout. I want to see if there's anything of interest, especially breaking down now. 935 RES. I wonder if Vicky's in the room. She said she was going to take a look at that and maybe take a look and maybe add some filters to it or something. So this one from the AI, very nice, PRDS. Very nice. Here's the alert at 634, 669, and that is a nice percentage move. If you're in this one, 669 is the next high looking left, so be wary of that. It could easily stall it. I'm just waiting on the BRDS to see if it can continue down. Yeah, bad things. Yeah, well, obviously bad reaction to earnings yesterday, and now the continuation at an all-time low. Okay, so I saw, yeah, so CCJ did show up on Zach's bounce scan. However, it is this uranium play, and uranium plays are taking a hit, I guess, because of what's happening in Japan right now. So, you got to be careful trying to play something like that right now on a bounce. So I see there are some AI alerts, China stocks. My guess is that a lot of them are starting to drift down now. This is not a China stock, but the JD and the LI. Well, PRTS is still moving down. This is in the 10-day daily breakdown. How much room does it have? It's not an all-time low. They don't all have to be all-time lows, of course. The next low, wow, the monthly chart is way down here at 3. For whatever reason, this got down to 572 after hours yesterday. All right, I got to put an alert down here for birds, BRDS around 275. See if this is a momentary pull up here. Well, it's still halted this. It's going to be longer than obviously a 5-minute halt for BWV. It got halted at 10:42. So this is going to be at least a 15-minute halt now. Yeah, Rumble is an earnings play. I'm just noticing here. Actually, we have a few earnings here. Well, not a good day for to be releasing earnings. At the beginning, it looked good, but I guess with what's happening in Japan, starting to sink. ACET, yeah, I see that on my earnings plays right here. Earnings plays up 14.13. Now, look at this one though, coming into potentially a lot of resistance here. 1442. Well, okay, 1442. I guess that's far enough away. 1435, 1436. Just looks like there's too much resistance in this area for it to keep really putting a strong move in. I may be wrong. And halt again immediately, yeah. All right, well, there is a China stock that has not fallen. Okay, and look at Kweb. I guess Kweb has come back, so the China stocks may have another bounce in them after maybe some of them. This did not really drop at all though, Momo, and it's got room to 772. Again, guys, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying when you look left, there is the next high. So, that's what I always look at to see where a stock could go until it hits the next high. And look at API now. API has had that had a big drop actually. I mean, it got all the way down to 921 and a huge pop back up. I'm not in this anymore, but it is really reacting to what's happening to the overall China market. Yeah, man, Momo definitely has it right now, guys. MOMO definitely has it. Okay, so now if I want to get out of this trade here, I want to cover my Kweb short. All I have to do is, if I had several trades here, I would just highlight the trade I want and just flatten it. And that gets you out of the trade. Okay. So see, now I have a zero position. Well, I know we're getting a sell signal from your scan, Zach, on Momo. It still has some room to go. Whoa, what a great bounce. I missed that completely. The HB. I don't know how easy it would have been to get. I don't know how long it was down here before it popped right up back up here. No, that alert happened at, I guess I was just distracted doing something else. But the Momo, the ominously 666 right here, guys. I meant to say the ominously priced. It was there for a whole minute, really? Oh, you're being, you're just kind of kidding. Because I'm looking at that bottoming tail for it. So probably a lot of the China stocks look like this, guys, on the 15-minute. A couple of like 30 minutes, little modest pullback, and now continuing. Yeah, actually, I guess it was down here a bit because even there on a 2-minute, it's not that much more. Yeah, Bumble's an earnings play. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Rumble's an earnings play, not Bumble. Yeah, but look at Rumble. Man, oh man. Look at the room it's got. Earnings play $38. The next high up here, $37 is the 200-day. That's $4 away. Great earnings reaction anyway. Not a ton of volume. For it, 4 times normal, but it's only 174,000 shares. But let's take a look at BMBL Bumble. Did KC have a pullback like API? Yeah, pretty good pullback. I mean, on a percentage basis, it got up to 562, got down to almost 5. So it's just kind of like the API, but you know, it's just following what's happening with all the China stocks. Look at Kweb, Kweb right now. You know, had that. That's not even really a pullback. I mean, that was just sort of a pause. Yeah, I'm surprised with this WNW. You know, low float China stock. You know, it had that big pop up to $1.21, came right back down under $1 again. Low float China stock. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back. So market is just really flattened out, and as Zach said, the volume is basically dried up. So we do have the big meeting at 2 o'clock today. So your stocks that really track the market, I would not be in any one of those. No, I keep waiting on this birds to see if it falls, but So Momo may be running out of steam here. Maybe running out of steam. Keep an eye on the Kweb. Maybe running out of steam. So this could give us a bit of a shorting opportunity from your scan. I wish it were coming into more of resistance and looking at the next high looking left, but I'm just watching it right now. 666, 667. Lots and lots of shares available to short. At Interactive Brokers, 5.7 million, so just really waiting on this. The reason it could be interesting is because there's, support down here around 620, 630 or so, which of course would be a great drop from here. So in other words, the support area is far enough away that it could give you a good short. All right, I'm trying this short here, guys. For a Momo, I just put a stop at the high here and see what happens. So 6.67, so got to put a 7-cent stop on it and see if it takes it out. Should know pretty quickly. Just watching Kweb also. Want to see if Kweb has another surge. If it does, that would probably get me out. Of course, my risk is that China is so strong today that I'm not liking it. CH or ZH, sorry, ZH. That's what she's saying. Another. Wow, look at that. $500 million in the float, up 55. That can't be. I mean, it can't be. Yeah, I think these China stocks are just too strong right now for me. I'm gonna give this one more couple pennies and then that's it for the Momo. Meanwhile, Sentinel, guys, Sentinel S is making a new high. Strong recovery from this morning when it was actually down for the day. In the pre-market, market open, and it just ripped higher. Yeah, I mean, it's, I mean, obviously it's coming from Scan, so I mean, we were alerted to it there, but I'm just looking, at this area right there that it could fall to. I mean, that'd be awesome if it got down to 630, but got a fairly tight stop on it, so look at Sentinel. Man, oh man, I think that's even a red bar ignored, sort of. No, it isn't, sorry. I thought that was a red bar ignored right there. Look at Sentinel. I mean, it still has 38.58 is the next high. So there's still $2 to the next high looking left on that daily chart. Okay, I'm out of it. Took a little loss on this Momo. I'll keep an eye on it later. Another China stock. FinV, another China stock ripping higher here. I haven't seen this one really very often. Well, now you'd think that maybe there's some resistance right around here, 462. Reason this is showing up on Scan also. Yeah, of course, I'm just looking at a short-term play for any of these. The Wafu, another education stock. Boy, look at, yeah, it's just tough to go against anything China right now. Though, I'm looking at Kweb. I keep looking at Kweb to see if we start to get some kind of a sell-off. So far, no go. I'm gonna have to take a look at API again. API again. The next high looking left, yeah, 1049. It's got some room. LILM. That was one that was short. Came in my 10-day daily breakdown yesterday, I think, or the day before. Oh, that's right. This is this German company. And that's why we have stops, guys. I mean, I don't know where Momo is going, but so the difference between this one and FinV, which is also on Scan, is that this one looks like it is, or FinV looks like it's coming into, well, it's through that. But right up here, you'd have to think there's lots of resistance, between here and 5 for FinV. But right now, I mean, to try to short anything China right now is, it's a guess. Look at Kweb now. Look at Kweb right now. This has really had no pullback. Just a minor, minor, minor one. Yeah, that was it. I mean, the Chinese government seemed to step in and say, "Okay, enough is enough. We're going to support. We're going to support you, whatever that means." Well, the AI's having look at this. I mean, look at the day. I mean, the JD, LI, and I think PD is also China. No, it's not China. Sorry, PD is actually an earnings play. Oh, PD fell off the list, but JD and LI, a couple of China plays. Well, okay, is Bird's finally going to start to drop a bit here? It's been a snoozer, that's for sure. Talking about the BRDS. And that's why you don't let you've got to admit that you're wrong on some trades. Okay, you just got to admit it. Look at Momo. What if I said it's gonna, I had my stop just over 770, 670. I could have said I'm gonna hang in there. It's going to come back down. Listen, it may come back down, but just move on from the trade. Well, again, with what you just posted there, Thomas. I mean, regarding delisting of China stocks. I mean, okay, maybe that won't happen on. Well, it was never going to happen on mass. It was all about accounting procedures. So, but yeah, yeah. Listen, if temperatures are thawing, and look at KWeb now. Wow. Look at that move. I mean, now the next high looking left is 29.59. I mean, that's about 61 cents away. Did it actually fall? FinV, yeah, it did fall. Well, at least that one came into a little, that resistance area, but I don't know how much you got. Well, 483 down to 465, not bad, but yeah, I see your VIPS is up there also on your scan. What is it looking like here? 827 is the high. What did it get up to? Got up to 838. That's the next high looking left. The next high after that is 873. What keeps me out of taking them? If if I saw, for instance, if it was a bounce. Well, first of all, I'll follow it. The question is, what do I want to see on what do I want to see on stocks that come up on Zach's bounce scan? What keeps you out of taking them? Well, remember now, anything here is just an idea, including Zach's scan. All right, so it's an idea. So the Momo, I decided to take it, as a short, thinking, well, maybe it's topped out a bit. Probably shouldn't have though, because I should have talked myself out of it, because the next high looking left is way up here. I would have liked to have seen some resistance, closer to it. So that really, quite frankly, I should have talked myself out of taking that. I mean, I didn't lose much, but so that's one reason. As this gets closer and closer, if this keeps ripping higher, and it gets closer and closer to that high, if it can do that, that'll get me really interested in it. So it's more of an idea. The FinV was a little bit better, but listen, these are all China stocks. I mean, you got to be careful. I mean, these China stocks are just absolutely on fire. So, that's why I'm reluctant right now to short any China stock right now, unless this Kweb starts to drop. As an example. All right, guys, RLX. I believe this may even showed up on my option scanner a couple of days ago. This has a little bit of room, actually. RLX has a little bit of room. It's another China stock. I can't believe the float in this, 618 million. I'm going to check another source. I mean, this seems so. I mean, I know China stocks are ripping, but I mean, to move 30% with that float, I'm going to check another source and see if I can either confirm it or see if there's a different number. Yeah, I mean, I've got, go to FinViz and they say 725 million. So, I mean, it's still not the same as ours, but it's certainly not a low float situation. So, wow. Okay, so I see in my option scanner, this one alerted, KC alerted at 4:51 at 10 o'clock. I'd say that was pretty good. 6:15. BEKE, I don't think that really moved. 15:14, yeah, not really. The Momo, yeah, I mean 673, it's up to 7 now. This is why I'm interested in this RLX. It's on the option scanner. Again, we're just looking at stocks that are having abnormal option activity. So is the FinV. So these are all China stocks. Boy, oh boy, it's a lot in the float for RLX. And it's got some room. All right. Well, birds may do it. I mean, BRDS, it may do it. You know, the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, the alert was at 287, so it's a little bit far from there. But I don't know. I mean, it may just be one of those ones that just drifts down, down, down now. It's an all-time low. I mean, there is, in theory, well, not in theory, there is the all-time low at 271. I'll stick an alert there and see if it takes it out. And it's an earnings play. Obviously, reaction to earnings, not good. What they do. Motorcycle, bicycle, and parts. Well, Momo may have topped out at that whole number. Yeah, looks like it did. Seven, well, it just got over seven, and now we're finally getting the move down. Is the and Kweb, yeah, Kweb is just minor move down. But these are not easy plays. I mean, guys, I mean, if you're new to trading, I mean, trying to play bounces and trying to play these tops. I mean, you know, you've got to have a lot of patience. You've got to be really watching to see what's happening. It's not like when you get the alert, okay, just pile into it. I wouldn't, you know, for a new trader, I probably would shy away from it. All right, DCGO. What the heck do you do? Docs on the go? Mobile, yeah, mobile health services. Okay, why not? DCGO. So this probably was a SPAC that became DCGO just based on the price around 10. A little bit of a pop here, not much volume really. It's just showing up on my small gap breakout scan. And what sort of room? Yeah, it's got all these little areas where it could, you know, get stopped. The next high looking left is 823. So yeah, it just makes it. You just don't want to take it. All right, I want to confirm that it will be Steve in our YouTube room at noon when I do take my break. Well, Birds is getting close to its all-time low. Another couple of pennies. BRDS. All right, now here is one that is not China, and that is showing up on Zach's scan, and that is Nordstrom's, JWN. Now I have to. Yeah, look at Nordstrom's go. Not allowed to short this one though. My wife is home today, so I'm kidding. But 26.97 is the next high. Looking left, I think. Actually, I'm wrong. 27.05, 27.05, 27. I'm sorry, 26 on that daily chart. So it's slightly above that, and then the next high is 27.05. So, I mean, in theory, it's got a little bit of room, but what is happening with it, I do not know, but it seems like retail is taking off, as others are pointing out. There's Macy's, and then KSS, Kohl's, as Zach was pointing all these out. Look at KSS. Look at the volume coming in. Well, how about that? Big old Canadian store, Hudson Bay, Sycamore and Hudson Bay. We're looking to take over KSS, $60 a share. Interesting. So that is giving a bit of a shot in the arm to these retailers. And then there's Kweb. So this is the 2 times China. Okay. Kweb is the 2 times China. Kweb must be just the 1 time, normal, call it the normal. Well, I don't know about the why all the small cap China stocks. We know why China is up. It's just in general. It's because the government has basically come in and said we're going to support you. Why the small caps? I think it's just the overall China market. But so is Kweb. I mean, Kweb in theory is internet, right? But it has been a great. I don't really know what that means, internet ETF. I mean, I know what internet means. I know what ETF means. But why this is almost like a proxy for the market going up, not really sure. And Kweb is probably the 2 times version of Kweb. Well, guys, RLX is working a little bit here. I'm in this one. It's working a little bit. It was a little late. The alert happened at 219. Again, China, I'm just going to rely on the fact that China is so strong. Look at Kweb. Look at Kweb. Look at this move right here. I mean, this is just no real pullback at all. And the RLX has a little bit of room. I think it had the room to 240 maybe? Yeah, 248. I'm not saying it's getting there, but just got to take advantage of being in a strong sector. I mean, this may turn out to be an incredibly boring trade, but I'm really interested in taking this short on BRDS. But boring is okay. Sometimes, you don't have to be all rocket ships. Now, will they give it to me? It's down 22%, so they may not give it to me. I'm trying to get in at 271-ish. Yeah, they won't fill me. I guess there's no action at the ask. Yeah, there's no, just looking here, the bid ask. I don't see any action at the ask of 272, so I may not be able to get a fill. Well, I'm just not going to do it then. You know, if they don't want to fill me. And I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon anyway, so I think I'll just take a pass on it. And again, it's got nothing to do with the available, a lot of shorts available. That's not the issue, of course. It's just that uptick rule. Hey guys, I'll be right back. Ah, look at that. Man, oh man, this BRDS. Oh well, if you took it, you know, in that 280 area, 287, I mean, that's a great drop now, 266. Even the PRTS, 615, yeah, not really. 615, it got down to 590. The N-Lock, I know Real is talking, but it just looks too boring to me. But the BRDS, now it looks like it's just picking up steam. It just would not fill me. All right, guys, I'm out of everything. I got out of my RLX also. I'm going to be taking my break, so I'm just wanting to get out of everything while I'm on my break. Obviously, the Nordstrom's turned into a great short. JWN. Macy's, did it turn into a great short? 2708. Yep. Not great, but I mean good. Overstock, 4842. All these retailers. And then, of course, we have Zach's favorite stock, Riven, R-I-V-N. So some really nice ones coming in from the topping plays and working fairly quickly. That's the difference. Some of those other ones did not work quite as quickly. Oh, look at Birds, BR. I mean, this has got no support, guys. I mean, it's an all-time low, BRDS. You keep drifting down, 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 down. Yes, it is a halt. SCYX. Low float, yeah, 23 million in the float. Not a China stock. Steve has confirmed that he will be in the YouTube room when I do take my break between 12 and 1. Wow, that was an yeah. I mean, not now. Yeah, finally, look at the fin. So there's a huge difference. I mean, that was coming into a big, big, big area of resistance. The fin V. So that made that. I mean, I didn't get it, but I mean, if you have that, I mean, that's what I'd be looking for. I mean, look where it got to. It got to 484, and we've got 493. We've got 491. We've got 491. Got all this area here. It just could not even remotely get through it, and that was a great, great time to short it. If I NV. Too late now, TRD. I mean, it may, you'd be chasing it now, but all right. So Zach has been talking about AREV, another low, yeah, yeah, low float is right. So what sort of room does this have? So again, look left. What do we see? $2. So two could stall it, but if it gets through two, then 226, and then 256. So I mean, it's got some room if it can get through two on a percentage basis. And yeah, I mean, if we can believe that float, yeah, if you have all the patience in the world, yeah, that end lock did work for you, real, no question. And now maybe getting towards that 200-day moving average, right there. Yeah, it was just too jumpy for me. When it got back over, when it jumped up here to 27.25, it just was a little too jumpy for me. But yeah, congrats, I mean, for sticking with it, no question. All right, guys, getting close to my break. Another 10 minutes or so. Just waiting. What is 11:47 right now? So what I want to do is I'm just going to put the YouTube link in here. When I do take, well, I'll do it later, a little bit later. All right, so here's a gap up and reverse now, guys. The TCOM. TCOM, China stock, of course, gap up and reverse. If it takes out 22, the next low is way down here at 1929. So I'm going to stick an alert here. Now, I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 22 for TCOM. And first of all, see if it gets there, number one, obviously. And now it may bounce off that, because it is China. China is still strong. Though Kweb now is finally starting to give some of it up, Kweb. I mean, I'd have to expand this, get a better look. I mean, it's so minor, that little pullback. SPY has just gone to sleep. I guess everybody's waiting for 2 o'clock. See if there's going to be a 25 basis point move. More importantly, will they reaffirm that it's going to be 7 over the course of the year? Now, most of these stocks that we're following, excuse me, I wouldn't think are going to be too affected by whatever they say. All right, well, this is not fallen. HCM, another China stock, gap up and go. Little wee pullback here. And this has, what sort of room does this have now? 23. So, I mean, the next high looking left for HCM is 23. I'd love to see this thing maybe base a little bit here, pop through 21 and keep running. That would be my desire, but again, I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon. So, but that's what I'd be looking for on an HCM. It's got a lot of room looking left on a percentage basis. Yeah, BHC, I mentioned this one just a little while ago. Next high looking left is at 2309. I'm probably going to regret being out of the RLX. But it's more a fact that I'm going to be taking my break more than anything. But look at all these look at all the China stocks showing up in the unusually strong options. TME, RLX, FinV, Momo, BEKE, and KC. See if there are any other ones. Have to move this down a little bit. No, those are the ones. All China stocks moving higher with unusually strong options. Oops, sorry about that. Well, look at this TIG, guys. This one was a bit of a strange one from yesterday. And look at the room TIG has got. It is trying to come back still. It bounced off. I guess this was an earnings play. I don't even I remember saying this yesterday. I don't really remember seeing this the day it had earnings. Got thus crushed. $7 down to 3, cut in half, and continuing to come back here. This is from my watch list. Look at the SPY. Oh man. Well, that's why we have trade ideas, guys. If you were just, if you just wanted to trade the big SPY names, you'd be doing nothing right now. Even who's golfing? Eli. Another one that not a China stock, of course. Well, it just took out that high right there, guys, 2371, that daily high. So the next high is way up here at 25 for Eli, E-L-Y. Oh, something's lighting a fire under BHC. It's not an earnings play. Canadian, this was the one that, of course, got absolutely... They changed their name. Or they changed their symbol name. Or symbol. I can't even remember what they were called before. Somebody is going to know. Years ago. Valiant, thank you, yes. All right, well, here's a big pop for VUZI, V-U-Z-I, and it's showing up on ZachScan now. Now, this one, look left, what do you see? 660. So that is, it's getting pretty close. 660. Look at all this action right here on these 3 days on the daily chart. So around that 660 level. So this looks, well, again, I'm not going to do anything right now, but almost ripe for a short if it gets even close. All right, guys, I'm just waiting now for Steve to show up. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the YouTube link in, and Steve will be there in about two minutes or so. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. You can head over there if you want. He'll be there between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. Get the announcement in. Really interested in this TIG. Just the room it's got. And a nice couple of days so far. See if this has any sort of extension. I remember yesterday, it didn't really trade very much yesterday either, but it's sort of intriguing just because of that massive gap. And see if it just continues. So some retail names. Here's another retail name, Chewy. Another one that is showing up on Zach's topping tail scan or topping place scan. CHWY. All right, so Kweb right now is just kind of basing a bit, not doing too much. Probably a lot of the China stocks are doing exactly that, kind of resting a bit, kind of resting with the SPY. Look at this. Look at that SPY rest ahead of the 2 o'clock meeting or minutes. What? Chewy just made another little leg higher. Yeah, I mean things are really just DDL. Another one that is that ding dong? Yeah, ding dong. DDL, DDL. Look left. What do we see? $5. I mean, man, oh man, this has still got some room if it wants to keep going. It's not a low float. I'm talking about DDL. Disastrous IPO. Imagine being in this one at 40. All right, just waiting for Steve to show. There he is. Thank you, Steve. There is. Thought you'd show up right now. Okay, guys, I'll be taking my break. Steve, I'll stop my streaming now. Have a good hour.
Hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Wonder if you can hear that jet going over my house. I live right next to Miramar Top Gun Naval, actually it's a Marine Corps Naval Station now. Anyway, looks like I can be seen, and it looks like I can be heard. Yeah, I'll put myself on mute there. And hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Giving Barry a break here as usual. Welcome to my desktop. Boy, I tell you, I heard Barry mention it, but the story of the day is obviously Kweb. And, that's a tough one when you wake up one day and China decides they're just going to flood their stock markets with liquidity and you get this type of reversal. Now, I've talked about pro gaps before. This is the mother of all pro gaps right here in the Kweb ETF. When you've got all these people leaning short, and then you have the government do something stupid overnight, like basically reverse the course just on a couple of comments, all the people that were short pretty much had to start buying the market open. And you can see that the market opened at 20% up at Kweb, and now it's up almost 30%. An extra 10% run there. Essentially, this is all the people that were caught short and realize they've been hosed overnight and they need to get out of their positions. So the pro gap is a very powerful scan when it needs to be. So today, look at this. Here's my pro gap scan. Look at all of this. Just absolute snapping of the necks of the short sellers. And as I go through these, pay attention to up here. So all of these pro gaps. All right, there's a China stock. China, US, China, 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 China. I mean, not a fun day to be going home last night short these Chinese names when, hey, the CCP can just make it all right. It's kind of disturbing, but it's the market we have. And so that's probably the main reason that we gapped up as well today. Gapped up and the shorts are now covering. Same scenario. Look at this intraday push. And here we go again, just like I talk about every week. What is the momentum indicator to tell us if momentum is going to stick around a little longer or is it going to die? Currently, it looks like it's going to stick around a little longer using that 10 SMA holding the price there. But yep, didn't see that coming. And then, of course, we have Fed at 2 Eastern. This is probably one of the more anticipated Fed meetings because everybody knows there's going to be some sort of a basis point raise. I think most people are looking for a 50 basis point raise. But what we never, ever, ever know is how will the market react to that? Is that number baked in? Is that number already priced in, as I said, or is that number going to spook people even more? Well, usually the old axiom comes true. Buy the rumor, sell the news. In this case, it would have been sell the news, or sell the rumor and then buy the news. The point being is that we can't expect, after all this carnage we've had, which has been focused on interest rates and the Fed, when they finally do come out and do it, usually those events are kind of a contrarian counter move. So I wouldn't be surprised to see, for whatever reason today, the market, hold on and maybe be happy with what they say. And Lord knows the Fed wants to make sure that they speak in about as happy of a language as they possibly can because they are painted into a corner out there. And they don't have a lot of levers to throw at the moment unless they picked up the phone and called China and said, hey, let's kill these short sellers overnight with a couple comments. Anyway, welcome to the desktop here. Whatever you guys want to talk about, I can talk about whatever you want, assuming I have the knowledge on it. We can look at charts. We can talk about trading. We can look at tools of the Trade Ideas platform that you don't fully understand. AI is having a decent day. Basically, the longs are winning and the shorts are not winning. So that gives us another directional bias on how to play the AI and how to kind of use that as an indicator for the day. Which way is the current flowing, downstream or upstream? Well, it looks like it's flowing downstream today, with the longs being the path of least resistance. Let's look at a few of these here while I wait for some questions to come in. And as usual, I like to kind of break down the intraday chart as to where the 10 SMA is. So, if somebody is in max, there is no reason to get out of max. Max is doing very well, staying above its 10 SMA here on the 15-minute chart. No reason to sell that. JD, is that China stock? Yeah, was Max a China stock? Nope. So JD is a China stock. So it participated in that pro gap and then short squeeze rally on the open. And again, there's no reason to get out of that one if you took it because we're still above our 10 SMA. What about this PRDS? U.S. stock, nice run from the open. So the first test is coming up here. The first test is going to say, is this level going to hold and move higher? If it does, you want to stay in it. If the candle closes below that 10 SMA, then you want to use that as a signal to get out of at least half because the momentum is probably dying. I do this exercise to show people that the AI is a great value for ideas and stocks in real time. But the stops not always are the greatest idea. I mean, let's look at this example right here, just perfectly. The AI said, hey, we want the stop to be down here at 2361. Well, the price is moving. The price is now testing the 10 SMA here. And what do we got? 7 minutes. If this candle decides to roll over and close under the 10 SMA, I would get out of that trade. Or at least half of that trade I would get out. And what I'm saying is the AI is a good symbiotic relationship with the human being trader because they give us good ideas in real time, but the stops are just, I'm not going to say they're arbitrary because they are plotted out based on historical backtesting, but they don't really tell the story once the price opens and trades for an hour or two. We can get a better, tighter stop. So there's no reason to use this as your stop in this trade. If I was in this trade, if this candle closes right here, I would probably get out of that. Another long, and it is not a China stock, but they're all kind of doing the same thing here. We're all hitting that midday point where they've had their nice push in the morning after a big gap, sideways or maybe a pullback. But once again, here's another example of a stock fighting its 10 SMA to try and hold on to today's momentum. So we've seen that in all the trades so far in the AI. There's no reason really to get out of any of those. But I think you can see again, this stop down here would be much more painful if you just let it come back to that. But there's no point in letting it come back to that. This is what I use. Use that 10 SMA. If it closes below that, take what you can. Use that as a signal candle and get out. Short sell from the AI. Okay, so this is an interesting one, right? There's the short sell, and it's barely in the money because it's just under that blue line. But look at what we got here. We are hoping on this one, as a short sell, we are hoping it's going to break down, and that way we can stay in the trade. However, if it doesn't do that, and the stock just holds on and starts to creep back higher, I would probably cover that trade. So it's a good example here today of all these inflection points that are meeting here at once, these crossroads. And some of them will be resolved probably soon. Here's another great example. This is a long, and look at how it got stymied by its declining 5-day moving average. I talk so much about this. It's an area of interest. So this ran up and found a lot of sell pressure and is now back below that declining 5-day moving average. And technically speaking, it's trying to break the 10 SMA, and we got 5 minutes to go. So if it closed right here at 26.92, we're good because this is a short. Oh no, this is a long. I'm sorry. We want this one to hold. So there's a lot of resistance right here with this 5-day and this 10-day coming up to meet. That's the resolution, the squeeze play, the pinch, the wedge that I often look at, and that's why it becomes a very interesting level to watch, an area of interest. So, if this thing can't get going here on the PD long and get back above that blue line and close above the 10 SMA, then it's probably just going to run out of momentum here. We'll look at the last two. ATVI, this looks like a messy chart. It was a short, and it's above its short down here. Maybe it can stay below that 10 SMA and give people some credibility to stay in. Another short, and this one's just holding. Look at how it's just holding. I probably would not want to be in that one. So this is an example, guys, of how you can let the AI create a garden for you, all right? Let the green stuff grow, and the red stuff that's not working down here in the red, maybe it's time to pull those weeds and tend your garden. But along the day, all you got to do is just monitor that rising simple moving average. So far, everything I'm clicking on here is still above that moving average. No reason to get out. This one's fighting here, LI. Still fighting. So not one of these trades that were long this morning has broken their intraday 10 SMA, and that is the signal of lost momentum. So I preach about it every week, but it's been just a very simple method that I have let work for me. And I think the more simple you can make it, the better success you'll have. When you've got 9 or 10 indicators on there, your chart looks like a vascular system of the human being, the human body vascular system or nervous system. And you get too much data. You get overanalysis, paralysis. You think it looks good, but one of your indicators isn't in line, so it gives you pause and hesitation. You don't want that. You want simple, you want confident, you want execution without having to try and get all the planets to line up in a row for you. That's too hard. So guys, not a single question has come through. Either you're enthralled by what I'm just rambling on, or you don't have any questions. Either way, I'll be here for another 45 minutes. I'll tell you this though, guys, it was a pretty darn good 3 weeks of trading in February and early March. Had some pretty good runs in my account. And as usual, let me just say this happens to everybody. You start to just start printing money and everything you do works. And that really kind of messes up your mind in terms of risk. of respecting risk. You start to get a little sloppy. See, I'll buy this. I'll buy that one too. I'll add to this one. Yeah, this is great. But boy, I'll tell you what happened when the USO and the oil stuff pulled back. A lot of stuff was really looking good on the energy stuff. For instance, right? You know, we had ARCH was looking really good, and then boom, it just came back down pretty hard. BTU also came down pretty hard. Oh, the trade of the week was abominable. I bought where I was supposed to, and I sold yesterday. Not a good trade. So this is a vicious pullback. This was a wonderful run on good volume. Anticipated the pullback to be in this zone right here, but we're getting vicious body slamming pullbacks coming back down on a lot of these names that were hot last week. So it's been a little bit of a tricky environment here the last 5-6 days for me. I've gone backwards, but had a really good February and early March, so I'm not complaining. All right, TRD. What do you think of today's Fed and what we can expect? I think they're going to announce a 50 basis point hike, and I think the market has already priced that in. So I was talking earlier about it. It never really matters what they say and what they do. What matters is how the market reacts to it. So either the market came in today with a fully expectation of a 50 basis point raise, and that means if it happens, we might not see any selling. We might see, okay, that's exactly what we wanted. All right, that's good. That fits in our model. Let's go ahead and bid and buy some stock. You know, sometimes you want to react opposite to the actual news because the news has been expected by everybody for a few weeks now. And that's what's really brought this market down is the realization that the Fed no longer has our back on the buy the dip. Technically speaking, the Nasdaq is leading us lower. It still has a very ugly daily chart. It cannot get ahead of the 20-day moving average. And what do you know? Here we are. See that red line right there on the 20-day? We're getting slammed by some selling that's jumping in here and saying, okay, that's enough of that. The sellers are going to start to get a little more emboldened here. And you can see there's that flat line intraday. Well, that corresponds perfectly with the 20 SMA, which, as I said, has been slamming the price every time it gets near it. So what I can predict for you, TRD, is there was going to be a lot of volatility at the close. I mean, at the 2 o'clock announcements. There'll probably be a couple of nasty downticks, a couple of nasty upticks, and then it's like plucking a rubber band, really, on these days. You pluck the rubber band and you just kind of see where it settles. But the big question is there still more fear baked into this market, knowing that there's probably going to be a 50 basis point hike this afternoon. And then they'll pay close attention to what he's saying about the next ones, but I don't know. The contrarian me kind of feels like I've heard this over and over my whole life: buy the rumor, sell the news. In this case was sell the rumor, buy the news. If the news comes out that it's a 50 basis point, it's already been baked in, and that happens a lot in this market. So it's probably one of the best things an early, newer trader can learn is to not chase headlines, is to watch more about how the market reacts to the headlines. Come on, yeah, rig. Okay, so like I said, I got out. I didn't like this action at all. I fully expected it at the trade of the week to be a good purchase back up here around 440, I think it was, and it just blasted right down, back down through. It's very volatile right now. I would say I got out of it because I just didn't feel like being in it anymore. I'm primarily because I had a few positions that I wasn't too sure about. And so going into the Fed meeting, I'll kick myself at the close if I stayed in positions being a hoper, being underwater, hoping that the price would bounce back, and then taking it into the Fed, and then guessing wrong and getting slammed even more. So I'm lightening up. I'm taking risk off. I'm taking risk off going into the Fed. And again, like I said, I had a really good February and early March. And it's so normal for a trader to get very complacent. You've got to watch out when you start feeling invincible and you can do no wrong and everything works. That would be really, the devil on your shoulder should be whispering into your ear, be careful here, or the angel or whoever, because you've had a good run, and we all tend to do the same thing. It's human nature. We start to get a little sloppy, a little complacent. We let things go against us. We start breaking rules. You can't do that. So I'm trying to rein myself back in here into the Fed meeting and just kind of regroup and see what we have. The positions I do have, as always, have been PSLV, Physical Silver Fund. Got ahead of itself back here, but I think gold and silver is really trying to make some noise. So that's a core position holding for me. I'm not staying in that. DWAC, I sold a little bit. I haven't bought any back, but it's a core position. I'm staying in that. The other two trades I have going on, one is TGB. This is a copper play. Pulled back nicely, gave us a nice bottoming doji there yesterday and building off of it today. And what was the other one? Yes, that's right, RKDA. This is kind of a speculative play, but this is agriculture. Okay, I normally don't dink around and go full position on $1 stocks, but I was in before that big spike day. This thing ran up 60% in one day, then pulled back, but it keeps grinding higher. It keeps finding support at the rising 10 SMA. The story here is bioscience. I think everybody's starting to hear the headlines of fertilizer costs, farming costs, agricultural pesticide product costs. They're going through the roof. CF is a major player there. Just having a nice, wonderful sell-off day for no random reason today. So this is one of the reasons the market's been really tricky the last week. But RKDA, I think I'm going to keep. As long as it continues to respect the 10 SMA, I will stay in this thing. Very low float, 21 million shares. But all it's going to take, guys, is a couple more headlines of nervous farmers and fertilizer prices and all that stuff. These farmers are going to be looking for ways to maximize their crops. And I think this Acadia Biosciences, pesticide and agricultural chemical manufacturing, might find its way into a good story. But as I've always said, you guys, the chart must confirm the story. You will never really see me, except for that one DWAC trade, which is a core position. You can't just bet on these stocks based on the story that you think next headline, next PR is right around the corner and we're going to get it. No, because if the chart broke, then all of a sudden you're a hoper waiting for the headlines. You're not waiting for confirmation of what you see on the charts. So that's my axiom. The chart must confirm the story. Hopefully that helps on the Kamoy on the rig question. Dave, what's up, Dave? I got out of USO right after the blow off top. Yeah, Dave recognized the fact that when you've got a giant run of God knows how many percent, and you see this candle right here, that is a signal candle. That is a blow off type candle. It can be in many ways. It's technically a doji, but it's got some blow off top on there, and it's got some indecision underneath. So it's kind of a stalemate on that day. But many times after a big run to the downside or even to the upside, you might get a doji like that. And that was a good recognition to get out, or at least take a lot off the table. I'm pulling up TGB to show you the opposite. Okay, it had a nice doji yesterday after a 4-day pullback. So that gave me confidence that we might have a little upside reversal in that particular one. But yeah, Dave, you're doing it right. You just can't sit back and have all these days under your belt and go, great, I can't wait to wake up tomorrow and grab another 8% in this trade. No, there comes a time when a move from 65 to 87 has to give a blow off and give some back. And when you can recognize after 4 or 5 green days and a big old long candle, I mean, the worst of all candles are when they are topping tails like that. I can kind of finish this candle. Like if it had closed on lows with a big blow-off wick there, that's the signal. The blow-off wicks, once they've closed on highs day after day after day, closing on highs, and you get a big blow-off wick, I would be selling some at the close of that day. Because if you had done that, you could see that you were an early warning recognizer of this possible extended overblown top and saved yourself a lot of overnight gap down. And then David Schulte, hello. I was actually going to ask for your take on CF. Yeah, okay, so CF was behaving, but CF is doing what a lot of these agriculture and commodity stocks have been doing lately. For some reason, the big run they had is really getting a lot of give back in a lot of these cases. This was an acceptable day for sure on that green one. Yesterday was an acceptable one because they sold off, rebounded, and popped right back up above the 10-day SMA. But now we've got this anomaly candle here. What the hell's going on? So I don't know if I jump in here. You could do two things. You could watch if you're looking to jump back in. You could wait till the intraday candle breaks the declining 10, or I would assume that maybe the 20-day SMA is going to come into play on the daily and see if they can wash out some more hands. That's if you're deciding on getting back in. But yeah, the CF chart was looking really good as of yesterday. Look at that. I mean, if I had a lot of buying power, I might have taken that home with me, but I'm just not taking a whole lot of risk right now. The end of the day is not over. CF has done this once, twice. There's no reason it might be able to do it a third time again today, which is could be the low right there, and it could start to wick back up. But I wouldn't trust that until it breaks that intraday momentum 10 SMA. Yep, Dave, buy the rumor, sell the news. That's kind of what we're working on. That's kind of my working theory of what's going to happen today. And I could be wrong. Trust me, I had some SPX S's just as a hedge. I had to get out of those on the open. I'm not sticking around for that. Which means trading gods will probably spite me and the market will puke and I'll just sit there and wish I had my SPXS back. Hello, Carrie Grant. Hi there. Is TI strength window in the strength alerts channel and the one Market Explorer with the many more stocks? What's the difference between these two? The one that's in the strength alerts channel, these are going to be the official ones that went out over the weekend for Monday for each week, the 5 additional ones. But with the Market Explorer, we go to Market Explorer here, and then we look to the server and find strength, TI strength. Okay, and what you've got is the 16th. So this is a ever updating TI strength watch list. It's not the 5 official ones that are in the channel bar and the ones that go out to the email carry, but this one is like basically taking it from Monday and saying what else is coming through here. You know, what are some other ideas that are based off of the TI strength algorithm? Looks like there's a lot of them in here today. So just look at the date and know that, you know, the TI strength for the week comes out on Monday, which was what, the 14th? And so we've got all these possibilities that have come out since then that you could click through and mark up if there's something that you see you like. So I hope that makes sense for that question there, Carrie. And remember, there's no configuration that you can do on these. It's basically you get what you get. And that means there's going to be a lot of stuff in here, and some of it might be kind of sloppy. But the point is you have to go through and let your eye identify something that might be consolidating or might look ready to go. And then you use the 1-2 punch of the price alerts. Let's see if I can find. Okay, this is probably a good one here. All right, so this is showing a lot of strength. You know, maybe above 90, this thing wants to get going. So we could look at that, say it has possibility, it hasn't run. We're not chasing it. Consolidation, but if this thing wants to hold true, I will now get an alert at 89.90 there. I'll maybe give it a head start. 89.75, and that gives me a boom alert. And I'll even get a price alert with my audio because I'm going to ensure my price alerts. My price alerts have action, play sound, text to speech. Okay, so I'm never going to miss that opportunity. So I'm basically saying start with the Market Explorer, look for some things that look nice, maybe wedging and consolidating, and then right click, create a price alert. And then when that pops up, you're going to hear the Windows text to speech read it off. You can't miss it. You're not going to miss that. So it's a 1-2 punch there with that Market Explorer. And strength alerts, those are the ones from Sunday night. Okay, I've got 2 swing layouts here that I always use. Arch, which was the trade of the week 3 weeks ago, which was a beauty, was derived from the A table. Indo is a name that a lot of people have been talking about. It's a very low float energy name, but another good example of what I told you. The massive move that we had a week and a half, 2 weeks ago has been absolutely crushed. So I don't trust a lot of these small cap energy names because they gave way too much back. So the A table found these types of names. It's going to find names that have low floats, or I'm sorry, that has high short floats. Let's see, this one has 34% of 68 million in the float. INVA, no earnings coming up soon. This one could be one to watch. You can actually see I had an alert right there and it triggered and it reset. So I'm going to reset that one. I'll put that one back in blue, and if it triggers, it'll let me know that, hey, a short squeeze could be coming. So these are the massive short squeeze plays at the top of the A list, the A table. Here's another good one. You can see that triggered, but I'm going to kind of reset it there. That's a nice wedge there in MDRX, 21% short of 113. So I'll share this one as requested. And then I'll give you that one we talked about earlier, the Pro Gap. The Pro Gap is nothing more than what we saw today in China stocks. All right, all these downtrend, 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 and a next snapping reversal that nobody even saw coming. That's just brutal. But the point of this setup is you've got all these short sellers that can't get out overnight or pre-market. They have to wait for the bell to ring, and they have to start buying to cover to get out. And that just creates more buying. So a Pro Gap is a very interesting setup, and it doesn't happen very often. But today is the mother of all Pro Gap days because of what Kweb did in China and what our markets did over here, and why a lot of these AI trades that we went through just kept going, gapped up and kept going. But now they're starting to hit that 10 SMA, and they might start getting a little sloppy. So the Pro Gaps is just loaded. You're never going to see it like this again because the entire universe of stocks pretty much did that. But on days where nothing's really going on and you see a stock that was downtrending and it's lost 30%, in the last 2 months, and all of a sudden it's gapped up 10% and it's got a bid, this is the scan that will help find those for you each and every day. And here's the secret sauce, guys, if you're going to use this one. Notice I can sort by price, I can sort by change from the close, but all my colors kind of get thrown off. Well, I'm color coding and I'm sorting this based off change of the open. I don't care about change from the close. We just had a giant gap open, and that's our open. So which stocks are opening and moving higher through new highs after a gap? The change from the open brings the top ones to me. So this can be a great scan for people right after the market bell rings in the morning, is maybe take a look at these and see if there's any surprise gap ups where the shorts might be trapped, and you can go ahead and buy this for maybe just a day trade and just watch as they slowly try and get pullbacks that they can't get. So we'll share the Pro Gaps. All right, there's the Pro Gaps for whoever wants it. Yeah, Michael, Baba Day, Baba, Didi, anything China related is going to look pretty much like that. And you can see the shorts just never get a pullback, so they can get out of their shorts and cover. So they just have to keep chasing the offer along with people who want to buy it for a day trade. So I don't have any of these in my position windows today to speak of, but I know Andy had a couple overnight. He got lucky and he sold them on the open. He didn't stick around for the short squeeze. All right, questions. Shared those two trades with scans with you there, Robert. Hello, Plaza. Yeah, so my feeling about what's in there now, I just kind of went through a couple of them. Indo, I said I don't really trust anymore. It's a 1.5 million float. This thing will just ruin you if you're on the wrong side with big size. I don't trust that. It was a beautiful move up, and now it's just on the other side of the mountain. It's broken. It's just looking for a reason to break that level right there at 24.54. Arch, I said, was a great move back then, and then it got a little wishy-washy, but it still has a pretty high short float rating on only 15 million shares. If we look at the daily, it's holding this 20-day moving average. So I would say if you wanted to take a position in this, you could, but you're out. If the trade comes back down and closes below that red 20 SMA, you don't want to be in this. But it's still holding up, and the potential for a short squeeze is still there. So there's that one. And guys, I recognize that you look at this and they're just names, and newer traders don't really know what to make of anything. So it's just a matter of kind of building an eye for what you like to see and what you're interested in. Star, what does this have? This got 60 million in the float, 26% are short, no earnings coming up. A very, very interesting wedge kind of being built here. We can see on the daily. So this is the kind of thing where if this one creeps up in green, it's breaking that wedge, and guess what? All the 26% of the people holding short are going to have to buy to get out. And if you can find a technical reason to help fuel a short squeeze coming out of that wedge, then you might want to watch that. And the way in which you watch it is you use the price alerts, maybe bring this one even tighter, and say if this thing breaks that price alert, I might buy half position and just see if this thing can start get a little spook of the short sellers getting scared. So there's no one right way to use this. I will tell you this though, at the bottom, I'm not really interested in the ones down here at the bottom, even if they have a nice chart. The short floats of 15% is my minimum threshold, but I really like the ones that have like 25 and 30% short. So that's why I sort by the short float. And my focus is on all these dark green colors here, because the darker the green color, the higher the short float interest. So I'm always watching the top 5 or 6 in here and seeing if I like something, and then setting a price alert to make sure that I don't miss it, if in fact I do like it. So that's the way I use the A table. Plaza. Hello, Perfect Circle. You made it earlier today. David, I should have taken that alert 20 days ago at 77. Is that USO you're talking about? Yeah. I imagine so. Hindsight is so clear in this business. And it also messes with your mind. So the more you can not fester over regrets, the better. Because when you sit there and fester over regret, your mind's not in it. You're not looking for the next setup. You're not looking for the next trade. You're sitting there just wasting mental capital and emotions, pouting over something you missed or you sold too soon or too late. Thoughts on Walmart? I know they've been looking better as of late. That's certainly for sure. Okay, so it's trying. Walmart is trying, but you can see it's just ran into an absolute buzzsaw of selling here. All right, every time it gets to this level, the selling occurs. However, there's no reason to say that if this was like a bunch of barbarians at the gate, they kind of ran out of steam on their log trying to break down the castle door on the moat. So they need to pull back, have a shower, have a meal, get a better grip on that log, and then attempt to push through. So what I'm saying is I wouldn't buy here. You're basically just coming upon, this is the art of war right here, of trading. You're coming across two factions that are fighting. Do you pick a side? What if you're wrong? Do you wait for one side to show their true colors and then pick a side? That's probably the way to do it. So you either want to wait for a breakout above and a close above, but even then that's kind of a chase in my opinion. On the good side, what you have going here is a solid recapture of that 200-day moving average. You've got the 10 crossing up underneath, and the 10 is right there. So this 142 area, I think is real solid. If you could find a way maybe to put a price alert in there around 142 and lean on these two moving averages converging right there, that way you're not chasing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. You're waiting for a 2 or 3 day pullback. And when you get those prices and they work, again, talk about emotional capital, you don't sit through very much pain at all. And we all know that the trades that are winners right off the bat, well, those are the most fun. Not the ones where you have to sit through a bunch of anguish and pain first. Okay, unique question. Can I take a watch list and have TI scan the tickers to see what may result? Well, to see what may result is kind of asking a roundabout way to predict. There's really no way to predict using trade ideas. We can just kind of help sort and show you the things that are setting up in real time. We can show you the things that have run 30%, but you don't want to chase those usually. For example, I have IONQ and enter it in somewhere. Can I get a result that says this stock is bullish? Oh, that says this stock is a bullish pullback. So you're kind of asking to reverse engineer a single stock. The only thing that we have that even comes close to that, and if you were not aware of it, is I'll show you. Go to education, I believe. No. Support. Traders area. Stocks like this. Okay, it's in the support traders area, stocks like this. So there's your symbol. So you could put in, what was it? IONQ. And let's look at the stock first to see what it's doing. Okay, so what did it do this morning? So we could say today, Wednesday, March 6th, starting time 9:30. Let's do 9:45 Eastern time based on 5-minute data points, not 15. We could do 10 or 15, but we'll do 5. And we say, okay, what did trade ideas come through for IONQ at the exact time of this date and time right here? We submit that. And you basically see everything that came out this morning on that. And yes, it can be overwhelming for sure. I understand that. But that's really the closest we can come. Now, I have heard some talk in the future that we do want to maybe create something like that, where it's basically kind of a subcomponent of the AI, where we say, hello, AI, what do you think of Tesla today? And the AI could probably give us much more of a response as to what you're asking about there. So the good news is it's being talked about. It's definitely not being developed as we speak, but it's a direction and it's an idea for a feature list for the AI to not just wait to see what the AI spits out, but have us give some input and output. You can plug in a symbol and say, well, let the AI spit back what it might see of value. I don't really want to try and guess what it would be, but that's the idea. So Plaza, good question. I wish it would happen sooner, because a lot of people do ask that question. It would be a much well-received feature, I think, for that AI, because everybody has their favorite stock, and they'd like to get as much information as they can on it that they don't see with their own eyes. Will you ever get a 10-second chart? Okay, Todd, let me tell you this. I'm assuming your question, because right now our charts update every 10 seconds. I think that might be what you mean. But the good news is I've actually seen it with my own eyes. Probably in the next beta release, we're going to, we've been overhauling our data. And you guys are going to be very happy to know that coming in the near future, probably maybe even in the next build, our charts are going to start updating like 2 or 3 times a second. Tick, 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 tick. So that's going to be a welcome news for a lot of people, including myself, because it is confusing sometimes. It's like, why the hell does the chart say 1290 when the single stock window says something different? And so we're really doing our best to try and tie up and have all the data match each other in the same time sequences. And that will be nice. If, in fact, that was your question, yes, Todd, it looks like that was your question. So I think the next version that comes out for public consumption may have this. And I said I've seen it with my own eyes in the development test servers. They've shown us, and we all just started applauding when we saw a chart updating very quickly. So we recognized that was an important fix. It was kind of a big architectural overhaul that we had to do to get it. But along with, and I'm sure all of you know as well, we're starting to get the pre-market data, full pre-market and full post-market data where we were not in the past. That also took a giant architectural overhaul out there. So those two big things. There's a lot of good stuff coming through the pipeline for some good improvements that people have been asking about. All right. Oh, it was CF. Okay, so it was 77 in CF. 77 in CF. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So what David's talking about there is this little wedge there. You see a breakout and a double confirmation breakout of that wedge. That's probably an early indication that that might be one to be positioned in. But then you get the giant moves, and then all bets just go crazy. Look, it looks like CF wants to maybe pull back. I think CF wants to pull back to the 20. I really do. And maybe overshoot it, and then wick back up. And if it does that at the close, yeah, maybe you buy it at the close. Barbarians at the gate. Yep, that's a nice reference. So hopefully Plaza stocks like this can give you a little bit of benefit. But also, as I said, stay tuned down the road. It's not being built now, but it's being talked about where we can do an input-output. AI, tell me what you think about INOQ or CF. It'll probably give us data points of stop levels and maybe even a reading on bullish, bearish, neutral kind of a thing. Oh, right. Think I just caught up there. And we've got a little time before Barry comes in, so we still got room to play around and look at things. There's my RKDA. I've got a lot of that. I kind of hope that one goes. TGB. Got a good chunk of that. Hope that one goes. PSLV. Core position, not going to sell. DWAC took some profits, but core position, not going to sell on the remainder. That's all I've got right now. I really do think we're going to have some good fireworks for the Fed meeting today. Basically, the algorithms that provide liquidity in our market, they all shut down until they figure out what's going on. So you have this giant vacuum of trades bouncing around left and right, at 2:01 p.m. Eastern. IONQ. That means the AI just got out of it. Or did it? Yeah, it just got out. Did a profit save, probably. Where was that? Hold on, guys. I'm going to find something here for somebody. Okay, Got them what they needed. High volume stocks rolling over now. Any particular sector? Yeah. I'm probably going to regret selling the XP excesses. Why can't I bring up SPAC? Is it SPAQ? Yeah, that was the one. Yep, you're right, Todd. I'm a swing trader. I'm a slow it down kind of guy. If you're a day trader and you're a speedy race car driver, yeah, more power to you. It's a whole different ball game. Oh, the China stocks are falling back. Okay. Let's see. Kweb. Jeremy, hello. Is there a way to take the Strength Alerts channel and make it paper trade? Yeah, I mean, what you would want to do is you take the Strength Alerts channel. We'll just, God, I hate to go there, but I'll do it for you. I'm going to miss all my data there. Strength Alerts channel. So there's the ones. Okay, so you could take CEQP and MPLX and all the ones that were called out and some of the entries and stops and level, and essentially take those names. Let's go back to my channel. Now you can't auto trade it, Jeremy. You'd have to manually trade it. So you would just bring up your Brokerage Plus sim trader and just start typing those symbols in and trade them, and then manage them from the open positions. And this is a great way to get a feel for trading and when things need attention and when things need to let go, and you might learn you sold something too soon. But that's what I would do. I would just manually take those, and then if you're going to trade them, enter those trades into the simulator using the same price and everything that you want, and this will kind of keep track of a simulated portfolio for you. But we can't do it automated. The only thing automated are the AI strategies, the AI that come out in real time, and or any alert window that comes out in real time. Alert windows and AI can be auto-traded, either real money or simulated money. It's up to you. But the simulator is a very underused tool for newer traders. I mean, it makes no sense to use a golf analogy. Go out and buy new clubs and buy 2 cases of expensive balls and get out there on the tee and just have a miserable time making your mistakes on the course with your friends. No, you should be on the practice range, hitting practice balls, working and honing your swing, trying to refine it down. That's what a simulating trader is. A sim trade window is a practice range for golf. No point in losing money in real time making your mistakes because everybody's going to lose money when they first start trading. But those are the lessons you need to build from. And why not make those lessons cheap? Make your tuition to the market cheap. It's up to you. You can pay heavy tuition and learn the hard way expensively, or you can ease into it with a simulator and very small share size. Hope that makes sense there for you, Jeremy. Okay, you don't want auto. So that's perfect. A lot of people, Jeremy, will also do the same thing with the AI. As these trades come out in the morning, they'll turn right around and pop them into the sim trader. Or you actually can sim trade the AI, I think, on auto with the premium account, I believe. Yeah, because you need the AI to do that. So you can do it either way with the AI, but a lot of people really do. They see the stock come out and they just turn around and manually enter it into their own account with real money, or they'll turn around and pop it into the sim trader and start getting practice on the day on how to manage your garden, how to pull the weeds and let the good ones grow and reach for the sun. So you can see what I was preaching about all morning, guys. No matter what it is, the rising 10 SMA is where it's going to get interesting. It's either going to force the price higher, or that very first closing candle that breaks below is our signal candle that the momentum is probably dying out for the day. So the S&P and the Qs are basically telling us the momentum is dying out for the day here, guys. And it's probably no coincidence as we run into the Fed meeting, people are keeping their hands off the keyboard. Again, my biggest concern was today, being too short, coming in with the Fed. The Fed knows the market's scared. The Fed does not want the market to sell off. The Fed is trapped. They don't know what to do. They're really good at buying time. I wouldn't be surprised if China was in on the game to try and prop this market up and theirs overnight with just a couple of comments about forcing liquidity into their markets. Basically what we've been doing since 2008, 2009. Doesn't mean it's right, but that's what we've been doing. And every time the market starts to slip a little bit, it seems like the Fed does something or says something to keep the ball in play. The last thing they want, I think, is an equities sell-off, but they might not have any control at this point. We'll see. It's going to be a very interesting day. Very interesting day at 2 o'clock. All right. Any last chart you want to look at or anything you want to look at? I got 2 minutes before Barry comes back in. Sure. My ETF window is basically just 20 ETFs. It's a top list. There's no filters. All I've done is add those ETFs. And if you don't know what they are, you can add the column that's called company name. The company name will tell you what IBB is and what XLK is. And so I was sorting it by change from the close. I suppose I could do change from the open. That might be interesting. I might have to add that column. But it just gives me a quick look that China, software, solar, semis, airlines, they're the stronger ones of the day, whereas oil service, silver, and gold, the ones that were doing great last week, are no longer doing great today. But to build that, it's just a simple shell of a top list window with no filters. But all I've done is I've created a top list, a symbol list, excuse me, called ETFs. And there's 25 of them in there, it looks like. And there you go. So once you create that symbol list of ETFs, name it, sector, name it ETF, whatever you want to call it. And then once you've created this T window scan, in the configure, you tie it all together by saying, I don't want to see everything. I just want to see my symbol list. Basically, you have to go here first to find it. It'll be in there. And then when it comes over here, you select it. So I've selected ETF personal, you can see. And that's all you really need to do to run and then double click and sort a top list window to kind of see where the sector strength is. I'll give you the actual shell of the cloud, but it's not going to include the symbols. But that I can give you, Jeremy. And that's that cloud link right there. All right, guys, I'm letting Barry know it's time to come on in. All talked out over here. I'll take a break before the Fed market minutes in 1 hour. And again, I do anticipate really, really volatile action. Okay, he's back. I'll talk to you guys next Wednesday, if not sooner. Bye-bye.
If I were going to short this, I would probably have to wait for a break. Well, maybe in the low 560s. I'm going to stick an alert there, see if it gets back down there. Yeah, but the market is just kind of, we had that little red bar here, but the market is just kind of doing not too much until 2 o'clock, obviously. There are, of course, the things that we watch, like KSCP. It doesn't care what the market's going to do. Now, the China stocks may. They may. I don't know. I'm still watching that Momo. The longer it holds over 7, love to see it. It keeps basing here. Love to see it get some volume in and keep popping it. Kweb is still strong. It's not dropping. Oof. Somebody said it collapsed. Maybe they were looking at here, I guess 612. It got down to 558. Yeah, that's a tough one. Low float, 1.24 million in the float. All right, I've got a tight stop on this one. The KSCP got in right at that 560 mark. So I want to see. I mean, look, fantasy down here at 522 gets up to 565. I'm out. Yeah, man, I couldn't get. I wanted to get out right around here, right around that 550 mark, and it just jumped on me. So, and that's the KSCP. Would have had a little bit of a decent scalp, but I don't know if I could have realistically got out down here. What is the TI strength alert? Okay, well, I'll give you a link for it and it explains it. Basically, you get five. It's 17. Well, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, it's free. But if you're not, it'll cost you $17 a month. You'll get 5 stocks to trade. You know, I think they're sent to you either Sunday night or Monday morning. But if you take a look at that link I just sent you, it fully explains what it's all about. Okay. When you get the email, yes, it's included in standard. So all I have to do is just, I mean, you'll see what it's all about. If you click on new and then dock channel bar and then TI strength alerts, okay, there's the strength alerts right here. So here's the email that you would get. I mean, you don't get an email, but here they are, and you know it's sort of laid out for you. You know, potential entry here, stop here for this one, entry here, MPLX, stop here. It's all laid out. You know, how you trade them will be up to you. Okay, but that is what it's all about. And you can, and there's a getting started video, you know, from Michael to get you up to speed on it. Okay, so it's all laid out. Meanwhile, okay, this is a break now, guys. Definitely a break ahead of 2 o'clock. That was a long consolidation for the SPY. Now we've got 15 minutes here. We're 7 minutes into this 15-minute candle. Kweb is still hanging tough. And I'm just hanging on to this KCSP. See if it has a collapse in it at all. I think Momo gave up 7, briefly anyway. Yeah, so it is. Yeah, so I'm not going to worry, going to concentrate on that one right now. Just waiting on this KSCP, see if it has a collapse in it. It's basically where I shorted it, just a little bit below where I shorted it, so we'll see. I think we're probably seeing a lot of stocks starting to give it up a little bit, guys, with the market doing this ahead of the 2 o'clock announcement. Keep an eye on Jets, guys. Jets below 20 now. Below 20. The next low looking left is 18, what is it, 1887. So has $1 to go there. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but my guess is that most of the airliners are starting to fade somewhat. That was not shortable for me, so great job, Zach. You know, on that one, that came from your scan, 668. So it only got up to 672. But that, you know, I took a quick look at it. Not short, it was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So. LE, Land's End, sorry. Nice earnings play. You know, this is your first red candle of any significance on the 15. And it is, you know, moving down with the market. What about the guidance? Did you check the guidance? Regarding LE on earnings, I mean, I didn't check it at all. But you know, the guidance can have a lot to do with it, of course. Or they miss, but was the miss smaller than the analysts expected? You know, there's always that, right? They might miss, but if the analysts were expecting a bigger miss and they didn't come in as big, well, that'll also do it. Keep an eye on NTRA, guys. NTRA is underneath that whole number of 33 and making a little bit of a breakdown here. NTRA. I mean, there's support around 32, but that's a little bit of a break here. Okay, I'm out of it. Boy, it looked like it was going to drop, but then it popped right back up. So I'm out of the KSCP. I'm not going to watch this thing rocket on me. I'm still looking at maybe shorting it higher, but we'll see. Well, guys, Jets is, depending on what, I would not want to be in this, of course, at 2 o'clock, but this is definitely a nice breakdown here. Has some room to the 77 mark, and okay, there is a little bit of a crack now in Kweb, maybe. This is the area, Kweb. Take a look at Kweb right here. I'm going to stick an alert right here. I mean, if it takes out 28.52, that could get it rolling on the way down. You can just sort of see. Okay, this is one that was halted earlier. SCYX. SCYX was halted earlier and came out of the halt. Didn't do too badly, and it looks like it wants to run again. 23 million in the float. SCYX. Well, your end lock, it did finally inch its way down, and right at that 200 day, so it's below it. Good one. All right, now guys, we are in 30 minutes of the market being down. Here's a China stock, MNSO, that is starting to give it up underneath the whole number, MNSO. Just made a new low for the day. Well, the longer this doesn't break out, though, this KSCP, and we have a resumption now for the BWV. What a crazy one that was. Oh, look at that bounce from 22 to what? 49? Are you kidding me? Mentioned the NTRA, guys, on that break. It is continuing down now. NTRA on that break of that whole number. Got it just underneath that 33. Has room maybe to that 32 level. Oh, this is getting tempting, this KSEP again. Guys, look at Sentinel now. S had a great run. It is starting to give it up now, and it's got some room to the 32.50 level. Seeing stocks do, we're starting to see some breakdown on these stocks now, guys. Yeah, the end lock now is 26 is in jeopardy. What's the low over here? 26.05. That may hold it. If that doesn't hold it, then we've got 25.62. Jets is, inching its way down, guys. Inching its way down, as is Sentinel S, inching its way down, both of them. Man, I mean, if Kweb ever gives it up, this could be a really nice one to short. MNSO. Again, look low over here. 617 is the next low looking left through that whole number. Volume isn't unbelievable. It's only 1.7 times normal. Relatively low float, 35 million in the float. S, guys, S on the way down. Just looking for a big crack. Another big crack. It hasn't been a huge crack yet for the S. Just intriguing to me. I mean, it was down in the pre-market. As long as, I got to watch the market here. If the market has a bit of an upturn, but maybe not. Come on, S. All right, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, yes, on the way down now, guys. I don't know. I don't know. I've taken some off. VWAP is where? 3436? Yeah, I mean 3436. You're right. There it is. There's maybe a magnet for it. It just intrigued me the fact that it was down in the pre-market. It was down after hours yesterday on earnings. It was almost a lifetime. Well, it was a lifetime low here, and for whatever reason, the reaction once the market opened was good. But I saw this, and with the market dropping, this is maybe taking it down somewhat. And that's why you have a stop. The KSCP, I wasn't going to be stubborn about it. No shorts. No shorts at Interactor Brokers for WAFU. So the answer is no. All right, on to the next one. What time is it now? It is 1:26, so at 2 o'clock, again, we've got the big meeting, minutes, I think discussion's at 2:30, right? This is the double prong day. You know what? That's the first one in a while that I haven't had shorts for, that I would have wanted. First one in a while. Norton just again another new low. Great job, real. Now 2562 is the next low looking left. But you know what, guys? Kweb is still hanging in there. I have an alert set around 2851. And that might start to drag some of, well, of course, that will be the reason some of the China stocks will be giving it up if that happens. Just waiting to see if we get one more crack with the S. I mean, right there, 32, I mean, look, that would be fantasy, of course, but yeah, that VWAP 3436, that could hold it up. Yeah, actually, NLOC is now really picking up steam here. 2768, what did I say? 2562. And if it took that out, my goodness, 2533. Yeah, as we get closer to 2 o'clock, I'm certainly not going to be in anything. I don't think. Well, it depends. It depends. It could be like the something like this. Well, I'm not in this one, but like a KSCP, it doesn't matter. It's not going to care too much what the market's doing. Again, trying to short the China market today. No bueno. Look at this one. Yang is another one on the way down here. And as I'm watching that, of course, KWEB, Kweb is making a little move up. So these China stocks are still. Let's take a look at Momo. All right, there we go. Five. This is not a China stock, right? No. KSCP. Okay, boys, getting a little too political here. Okay, let's dial it back. All right, just dial it back. Come on, one more crack on that S to get down through that 50 level. Well, let's see now. I had an alert set up here, 603. Let's see, but I just can't chase it. Boy, yang, yang, yang. Wow. Okay, guys, I'm out of the S. I just was hoping it would take out that 50, so I'm out of it. I might look at it again, but right now, the market may be affecting it a little bit, moving up. Whoa, KSCP now looks ripe for a short. I sort of took my eye up. Whoops, sneeze coming. Whew, hopefully I hit that mute button before that happened. Shoot, yeah, that might have been the place when it took out six again to short it. I didn't get it this time. Well, Kweb through 29, Yang through 23. Wow. I have to admit, I am somewhat surprised at the strength in China all day long. UAVS, yeah, $71 million stock. To me, it looks like it's coming into quite a bit of resistance not that far away, around $1.20. Looking here on that daily and here and here and here. I mean, it's had a great run, 22%, lots of volume. But to me, it looks like it's just going to stall not that far away. That's what I see anyway. I could be wrong, right? I mean, this could just pop right through, but I mean, I just look at all this stuff over here and right there, that's not too far away on the daily chart. And it's not a crazy low float. I mean, 71 million, I mean, it's not super high, but it's certainly not super low, so that all of a sudden, all this wouldn't matter if it was like a million in the float and, the enthusiasm came in, that probably wouldn't matter. But we'll see. I mean, all we can do is, hey, listen, I mean, if it takes this out, then the next levels are like 150. That should be amusing anyway. At noon, I'll put up the 1 minute SPY chart, and we'll see the action. Usually, you will not have a direction for the first 5 minutes or so. You're going to see some wild action in the SPY on the 1 minute chart. All right. Ah, man, I missed that. Oh well. Just got distracted enough with this, and it did not take this short, the KSCP. Well, 1.2 million shares available at IB for UAVS to short it. It's a lot. That is Lazar or something, LZ. Or LegalZoom, right? LegalZoom. Wow, that's been a nice run for the last few days. Had earnings on the 10th. This is a great continuation of earnings play. Look at this one. It's had earnings on this day, right there, after being down, a few days in a row. Had earnings, and this is a great continuation of earnings for LZ. No stopping China. FUTU. Look at FUTU. Another just made a new high. FUTU. And what was the high here? 35.11. So it's way above that. Next high is over here, 37.39 for FUTU. As you're talking about NLSP, take a look at NLSP. Another super cheap one. Okay. Really a bounce here? Maybe. Boy, to me, it's got lots of little resistance areas, but hey, volume is coming in. Why didn't this happen when I was in it? Anyway, there we go. Anybody who's shorted this one just underneath that 6 is laughing here for the KSCP. And again, your fantasy void or area is 522. We're way down here from where it started. It's through the VWAP now, 565. Well, guys, I mean, Momo is still alive here. I mean, if Kweb keeps moving, had a little pullback here to 688. You know what? I mean, if this takes out, the 713 level, 712 level or so, this could get rolling again. It still has some room. Look at Momo, look left. The high is 774, so still has some room to the next high. As long as if Kweb keeps doing its thing. Now I'd be probably reluctant to do anything now, even with some of these China names, until after 2 o'clock. Oh, I noticed that that UAVS actually showed up in my option scanner. TMSC showed up. What was the price? 22.11, 22.30 right now. Not terrible. At one point, what did it get to? Got up to 22.55. From the 22.11 alert, not bad. All right, now this one, this IMXI, now I got to be careful. 31 million in the float. It's an all-time high. Saw this one early on in the day. This is showing up on Zach's potential short scanner. Okay. And this is shortable for me. How many shares available? Oh, about 1 million shares at Interactive Broker, so that's not an issue. Now, this is why these are tricky, you know, where? Okay, where? I mean, it's an all-time high, so you can't rely on any chart resistance. Meanwhile, Yang is just, Kweb is accelerating, Yang is accelerating on the way down, Kweb on the way up. This is not a China stock. See if there's any news on this one. All right, so there was some news on this one. They're acquiring La Nacional, wherever they are. Okay, so there was some news somewhere in South America. So that was the news this morning about this one. But at some point, this is going to be probably a great short. Okay, Pavlin, I know innermost thoughts. Remember, innermost thoughts. You're kind of tying up the off topic. Okay? I know it's off topic, but you post 10 things in a row. I have to keep looking to see if there's a question for me. Okay? Guys, the IMXI, is it running out of steam here? Yes! So far. It's not easy, guys. These are not easy. One more crack. Waiting for one more crack on this IMXI. This is the other one that really intrigues me, guys. But I mean, Kweb is still strong, but MNSO is just easing its way down now. MNSO. All right, I'm going to put a SPY 1 minute chart here, just for fun, and we'll watch the fire. Well, actually, I won't do that. Yeah, SPY is starting to lift a little bit. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right All right, guys. So IMXI giving me what I want. Nice alert again, Zach. Of course, I didn't take it right there. 2053. Had to wait for it to move higher. And now, what time is it? 151. Let me get the big SPY chart out. And let's put a 1 minute on it and let's watch the fireworks. Okay. Yeah, we have about 40 seconds to the whatever's going to happen, and what you're going to see here. You are going to see some giant candles, both on the red side and the green side, up and down probably. Direction unknown, probably for about 5 minutes at least. At least. So we'll just leave it there. Let me get a candy. And we've got 10 seconds. Giant candles, I tell you. Giant candles. You watch. All right, here we go. Okay, there's one giant candle. Remember, it was red all the way down there. He's getting gianter, more gianter. Oh man, IMXI is... Zach, did you take it? Did you take IMXI? The beauty. Okay, remember that was red. Now it's coming back. Guys, here's one that's just showing up here. I know we're watching. Wow, look at this. I mean, giant red candles. Look at this. Ryan is another one. Yeah, getting more gianter. Of course, I'm kidding. I just lost my. Give me a moment here. Just lost my sound. Okay. Look at Ryan, guys. This just showed up and they're breaking down in volume. Okay, guys, I just got to reconnect to Bluetooth, I guess. There we go. Okay, so there's your first 1 minute red candle or candle. It wouldn't surprise me to see something like going way up here. Not based on, I have no idea what they're saying. That I figured, yeah, the up 25 basis points. All right, guys, so we're starting to get a sense of the direction a little bit. But again, I always say it takes usually 5 minutes before you actually get the final word on the direction. What was this Ryan doing though? Oh, this is actually an earnings play too. Ryan was an earnings play. It showed up pretty late. All right, guys. First, maybe the first crack in Kweb. Take a look at Kweb. Maybe. I still think this has to be taken out way down here for these China stocks to really start breaking down. How's that NSO doing? Yeah, look at this, guys. Now this is starting to give it up with the China stocks. All right, I think I've seen enough, guys. I think we have direction. I think we do have direction, even though it's not quite five. Well, it's 5 minutes, isn't it? It's 5 minutes. So we have direction. Now, 2:30, don't they start jabbering about it? Ooh, look at the Sentinel now. Oh, man. But you can't predict this, you know. But look at the Sentinel now. This is definitely, to do with the SPY. So now we're starting to get a lot of gap up and reverses. Look at Jets. That's a big drop for Kweb, guys. That's the big crack. Yang is probably, well, I know it is. It has to be jumping up. Mm-hmm. Now, will the markets remain positive? That'll be will Nas, Dow, and the SPY remain positive? Man, was this a nice one just before? I mean, Ryan. That's what I'm showing you. I mean, this just showed up just at 2 o'clock. Okay, Ryan, at 36.33, we're at 35.70 now. All right, this is another one showing up in your scan. I know you know all this, Zach, but I'm just maybe pointing out to other people. Now, this looks like it's coming into a pretty decent resistance area, RNW. Looking left, 873, 879, 855, and 860. So right in this area. Look at Ryan. Man, oh man, did this ever tank on whatever with the SPY? Ryan. Oh, brother. What do they do? Insurance agencies and brokerages. So what are the financials taking a hit? XLF, take a look at XLF. Yeah, sort of. So RNW, another. Wow, look at NTRA. I mean, a lot of these ones are really starting to give it up with the market. Look at this giant. Now this is a giant red candle on the 15-minute chart. Remember, guys, we were for several hours just doing nothing. All right, let's see what this does. Put a stop up here, a very tight stop, to see if this RNW has a mini collapse in it. If not, I'll just be out of the trade. Yeah, wow, look at that. Yeah, the Dow went negative. Boy, that must have been a big surprise that they were going to raise by 25 basis points, and I'm just kidding, of course. And look, and the volume. Look at the volume that came in. Look at that 15-minute chart. So, of course, there's that 15-minute candle. This may be the biggest one of the day. Once the dust settles, looks like it's definitely going to be the biggest one of the day. Look at Kweb guys now. I'm sure most of these China stocks must be just somewhat cratering. Cratering, perhaps too strong a word. I still have a little bit of this IMXI left. It really didn't move that much. Oops. Did not move with the SPY really. So remember there's a 15-minute candle, and there's the 15-minute candle for the SPY. So okay, a little bit of a crack now for the RNW, just a little one. Boy, look at NTRA, guys. Basically with the market, NTRA. Well, we're sort of getting back into that indiscriminate sell-off mode. Let's take a look at the sectors and what's happening. Yeah, see, yeah, I really need the open, change from the open. Yeah, so it's really hard to Yeah, it's really hard to tell here. You need the change from the open to see really what's happening. Okay, so that's why you guys have been talking about the home builders. Okay, so there's PHM. It just showed up in your scan as a potential bounce play. Looks like it is, well, 44.99, 45.23 right now. Yeah, I have that thumbnailed. GME, I have it thumbnailed. Down to 83. But if this market puts in another red bar, I'd be really hesitant to take any bounce play. Well, this one is, I know Zach mentioned this one a long time ago. This is an earnings play. I mean, it has not been affected by the market at all. This is a real alpha stock, guys. I mean, look at this 15-minute chart compared to the SPY. This is a real alpha stock. This could be really interesting tomorrow. We might, these are one of the ones that you might see a second day or third day continuation on earnings, ACET. So you might want to just I don't know, put a price alert or thumbnail it or do something with it because it is not being affected by the market at all. Must have had an awesome. It's funny because it didn't see it in the pre-market at all, or didn't really trade in the pre-market. In fact, it started down here. First looked like it was going to have a bit of a drop, and so it's gone from 12.60 up to 15.50. So $3 on a $15 stock. All right, so Kweb actually held that area that I was wondering about. It held this area. Look at this. It held right there. So far, anyway. Meanwhile, ACET is, I'm hearing it over and over again here. All right, guys, while there's a little pause here, one last time to take a look at my home page and show you how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas with a 20% discount. All right, so I put my homepage link in. When you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So here is a promo code to use, Patty20 for 20% off, first month only, obviously for St. Patrick's Day. I think it's good till Sunday, probably Sunday, maybe even Monday, but certainly by Sunday. Get Trade Ideas, click on that. This is how much it costs. So with that 20% discount on the premium, the annual premium, that brings that down to $1,600. This brings the standard down to $800. Okay, the big difference is the AI. This is what it looks like. Some of the ones earlier have dropped off because the market dropped. So these are the ones that are so positive. Now, you don't have to start off with an annual plan. You want to go monthly? Great. 118, 228. You can take 20% off that first month only. If you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward. Now, at any point within 30 days, if you do take out a monthly plan and you decide you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 20%. 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon. The education, all the education is here. We've got a great user guide. Click on the user guide and you'll see we have it. There are a lot of sections in it. Okay, we have alert windows, top list windows, multi-strategy windows, etc. You want to learn more about stock racing right here. Okay. And then we have the full table of contents, which is searchable. So the user guide is very, very complete now. But if you're starting out, what I would do is take a look at the 20 introductory lessons first. This covers all the basic features very, very quickly. Afterwards, you want to dive into the user guide, great. Okay, but what is a top list, build a top list, etc. Okay? Daily support, so Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Varley from Trade Ideas will be in our YouTube room. So shut the main room down at 3:30 and you can head over to YouTube if you want. Chris is there again from Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Daily webinar. So this is my long day. This is the one that I help out on. The Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. So this week it's the Monday, Wednesday rotation. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, back to basics. If you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together all free. Starts off with what is a stock? And my scans. Okay, these are the ones I'm sharing. You'll hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. Here it is here. The 10-day daily breakdown. I love that one. I love them all, but sometimes you just, it depends on really, I don't know if the time of year or, because if you'd asked me a while ago, I would have been only concentrating on the unusually strong options. For about 2 or 3 months, this was an incredible alert. I haven't paid as much attention to it. It may be still giving some decent ones, but I'm just not paying as much attention to it. But you know what? Next month that could all change. That's why you never, ever completely delete a scan. I brought this one back What did I do? I brought this one back, the gap continuation reverse. I hadn't had that one up for probably 2 years. I brought it back maybe a month and a half ago, and I love looking at it. So never ever delete a scan completely. Save it to the cloud. You never know when it might come in handy later on. Market changes, you know. So lots of information here, these two sections. Save my link, then you can look at these anytime you want. Okay, so you can have 10 charts with our standard and 20 with premium, okay? And yes, you can save them. For instance, here, what you do is you take a chart, put it with all the indicators that you would want to see on most of your charts, okay? So if you obviously, and you know, the format, in other words, you know, here's my volume down here. These are the colors I like. I've got the 10, excuse me, I've got the 20 SMA here in blue. I've got the 8 AMA in orange. Bottom line is you design one chart exactly the way you would like to see most of your charts with all the same indicators. Then all you have to do, you can do one of two things. You can, when you create your chart, then you just save it as default. So if you open up a new chart, that's exactly what you'll see, okay? Now the easy way too is that when you create a chart, you just duplicate it. Keep duplicating it, and you know, up until the number of charts that you're allowed to have. Okay, so the easy answer to your question is yes. Or I should have said the simple answer to your question is yes, you can. Other thing that you know you can do is you create alert windows and top list windows once if you want to create your own. And typically, this is what I do. I mean, typically, I would create one alert window and one top list window, and I would put all the things that I would normally want to see across the board. Obviously, I want to see time. I want to see the price. Probably want to see the volume today. So you can create all these headers of things that you know you're going to want to see every single one. This is if, of course, you're creating your own from scratch. You just save it as the default. Same thing. Save as default. So if you create another alert window, you'll see all the common headers that you want to see. I mean, those are fairly obvious things. You know, it'd be pretty bad if we couldn't do that. Man, I wish I'd followed my own mention with this NTRA short. Right underneath that 33, I mentioned it. So I'm still in the IMXI short, and I'm still in the RNW. RNW is just, I mean, it's giving me a little bit. I'm hoping it maybe gets into the 40s. Now look what Bed Bath & Beyond did today. It went right into the 200-day moving average. Well, guys, there is still some power in these China stocks. It'd be so interesting to see what happens with this tomorrow. See if they can maintain. I just don't anticipate another huge gap, but we'll have to see. You know, if this can be maintained, or will we have a nice fade all day? Look at that SPY, guys. Look at that SPY right now. You know, remember that. Well, let me bring up a big chart here. Remember, that was a green candle looking like, okay, we're going to recover a bit, and it got sold off. And what time is it now? 2:29. So this is another 12 seconds to close, 10 seconds to close. So this is going to be a red candle. Let's see what happens with the next one. Yeah, now I guess the SPY is almost red, or yeah, this doesn't look good. This is probably going to be ending up in negative territory for everything, unless we get a big rally. But you know, I keep, I know I'm beating this to death, but the Kweb is still, China so far has been immune to this. All right, R&W is starting to. And the Ryan, which I unfortunately did not get, the Ryan is just sinking now. Enlock making new lows. Look at NTRA. Wow, this is really, really taking it on the chin now. Look at this. Well, I don't think we're going to get too many more of your topping plays right now, Zach. That would require some brave soul taking something and popping it higher right now. So I don't think we're going to get too many more topping plays. And I know you're getting some bounce plays, but boy, oh boy, if the market keeps doing this, you got to be awfully careful. All right, guys. Time is it now? 2:33. So I've got another maybe half an hour on the mic. before I put myself on mute. I'm here, so I'll always hop on the mic if needed. And of course, the room will be open until 3:30. This room till 3:30, and then if you want, you can head over to our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 and listen to Chris. Wow, look at Jets now. I wanted, I really, really wanted that one underneath 20, but the market is definitely dragging all these things down now. Funny, my IMXI is not being dragged down at all. It's just kind of sitting here. All right, here's another one that is breaking down. It's a smart sheet, SMAR. This is just showing up on the breaking down on volume. How about JW North? How about Nordstrom's? What did it do? Wow, yeah, look at that top up here, 26, 24.57. Yeah, as you say, the market didn't. If you were short this before all this happened with the market, still would have done okay, but the market certainly, as Real is saying, I'm sure the Macy's, KSS. Now KSS is this is what maybe being taken over by Hudson Bay in Canada. Love it. All right, covered some of the R and W just underneath 850. So I still have some of that left. Still have some of the IMXI left. Don't really know why I have any of that left. It's not moving with the market, so. But there's no real reason to get out of it. And the spread is okay. Yeah, you're William, you're right. As if the deal is already done. I mean, it's basically flatlining right now. All right, now we've got a bit of a bottoming tail with the SPY. So guys, other than just watching these two trades, good time to ask questions. You want to have anything answered right now that I can possibly answer? If I can't, I'll certainly direct you to somebody who can. For instance, if it's a technical question or you're looking for a type of scan, we've got 5 traders, all sorts of different trading styles. So if you ask for a certain scan, I may not have it, but one of the other traders may. Well, as always, I'd be watching Kweb. That's really what you've got to watch, in my opinion. You want a short CD, but I mean, look, Kweb is still hanging in there. So to me, now it's a short. It is a far cheaper one, but. Yeah, so they're talking, right? 2:30? Was this one of the days they talk? I should know that, but how's Mosaic doing? The IPI is definitely down more than Mosaic. D-Pro? Yes. I'd be a little worried about this topping tail here, but yes, it is. I mean, you would have had an alert at 149 or so, 150. Now, with this market doing this, we might get some bounces, guys. We might get some bounces. I mean, Halliburton is just bouncing. Fluor probably is bouncing, 26.96. Yeah, so we are getting some bounces. But, you know, how long is this market going to do this? That's the question. Look at Kweb. Man, oh man, is this strong. China all day. Look at this. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is really impressive. Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I mean, this is making a new high, guys. Kweb making a new high for the day. I'll bet some of these have bounced really well. Yeah, look at that. I mean, Hal alert was at 33.30. Fluor was 26.96. You know, how long again? How long? I don't know, but certainly some scalp bounces. You know, look at Ryan. Ryan bounce. Wow, chop bounce. I call this a chop bounce. That's a pretty impressive. You know, Nas is now back up. Dow's back up. Spy's back up. Oh man, what a game. Kweb, new high for the day. Interestingly, the IMXI is not moving with it. And now Yang resumes its downward motion. Look at Kweb, KWE. Well, that's it. I'm going to hold this overnight. And no, I'm not. All right, I've covered everything now, guys. I'm out of the IMXI. I've covered the RNW as we're having this big market bounce here. Well, you were trying to short FUTU, or look at the China stocks. They're just wow. There you go. Okay, that's what the SEC wants to see in a headline, and that's the reason, guys. Thank you, Zach. So that is I'm just going to say, is there some specific news about China? And there you go. There's your news. So again, if you're wondering what that all means, I mean, a lot of these China stocks were in jeopardy of being delisted because You know, the SEC felt that most of them did not follow U.S. accounting procedures, etc., etc., etc. And so if you didn't, you were going to get the boot. It's crazy. I mean, this is going to be probably the biggest green candle of the day. Okay, there's your UAVS. Is it taking out that? Yeah, getting close to that level. I mean, listen, it may rock. I mean, but it's getting really close to all this resistance area. Well, I guarantee I've never seen this one. RJA, Svensk Export Credit, Swiss Export Credit Corporation. Never seen that one before. Okay, that's not working. Well, China has just exploded. Yeah, I'm done, guys. I'm exhausted. I'm done. This has been a day and a half. When I say I'm done, I mean I'm done trading. This will be on my watch list for tomorrow. This ACET to see if it can continue on earnings. This didn't care what the market was doing at all. Up, down, up, down. The market was. ACET didn't care at all. Yeah, that'd be a long trip. Look at Jets come right back. Man. Okay. You know, depending how this ACET closes, and I'd be watching this after hours. I mean, this has still got some room. ACET. All right, guys. So as I say, I'll put myself on mute at around 3. Room will be open until 3:30. So if there are any questions, feel free right now. Wait, look at Momo didn't really accelerate though. Momo kind of held its own. Let's see if it keeps going with this with China. I mean, it's crazy to say it stock's up 50% and it didn't really keep get going, but what is Kweb at right now? Wow, 34% for an ETF. You don't see gaps like this too often for something like this. Oh, there. Well, okay, guys, there goes Momo a bit. I mean, the China stocks are still wow. I mean, look at them. I'm just they're breaking up in volume. China, 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 China. Now this is a repeat. Of course, this is a repeat. Oh, no idea. No idea. Just it's a program that kicks in Denver. No idea. Remember, it's not a matter of being up 100% or it's a stock could be up 5% or 10% and it could get halted. It's how fast it goes up in a period of time. It's got nothing to do with a stock being up 100% or 200% or 300%. I mean, in theory, a stock could inch its way up to being up 100% and never get halted. So remember, wow, look at Kweb, $30 now. Yeah, I mean, it's just a computer program that kicks in. So, I don't know. I don't know. So, yeah, let's see if we can wipe out that giant red candle here. I mean, yeah, I mean, it is a program that kicks in, and that determines when a stock will get halted. William knows better than I do, but I mean, I just like to say if a stock goes up in a period of time too quickly, something kicks in. For whatever reason, MXC, even if you think it should have, it didn't. So there's not like I can say, oh, well, this is the reason it didn't do it. I have no idea. Wow, Kweb. And Momo, guys, now Momo is accelerating, catching up. All right. Yeah. Well, you first, right? Obviously, this is HT just showed up on your. We didn't think we'd get one on your topping scan, but this is of course China, and unless this buying of China just stops, and you got to look at Kweb. Pretty tough to commit yourself to short something right now with China. Now, 3350, 3350 is the next high looking left for HTHT. I have no update on that at all, David. Sorry. Have you asked that question before? What was your answer before? Because I know you're usually in YouTube. So what was your? I'm sure you must have asked that question before. What was the answer? Yeah, I'm not even sure I understand your question. Order submitted in the servers until it triggers. So are you talking about conditional orders? I'm not even sure I understand your question. I put an order to buy or short HTHT down at 32.16. So I mean, if I did this, if I did that, say 32.50. I don't quite understand your question. So if I did this, if I were, so if I wanted to buy this on a pullback, and now I'm assuming anyway, because I don't use B plus in my connected to IB, but I'm assuming that there's the order if that's what you're talking about. And then if it triggers it, it takes the order. Yeah, so if I were, so Pepe, you know this, right? I mean, if I were connected to IB live, then the fact that I've submitted this order is now, IB knows that, right? Obviously. Otherwise, you couldn't have, you couldn't, you couldn't do this. If you can't put conditional buy or sell orders in. Oh, I see. You're talking about hunting stops and all that sort of stuff. That I don't know. I think now I understand what you're talking about. This is, you're not talking about something like this. You're talking about putting a stop order in and not having, yeah, that I don't know. That I don't know. That's a long time ago, I know. I haven't heard anything on that since, well, for a long time. Nobody's really talked about it, so. All right, guys, it is now 3 o'clock. So what I'm going to do is I'll put the announcement in. So I will put myself on mute. Again, I'll hop on the mic if I have to. And just before I shut the room down, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. I listened to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30.
Video transfer look good. Double checking my audio. Alright, and audio is good too. So happy Fed Day, everybody. It's not quite a Fed day yet, but we're really close. And stealing this from Mr. Steve Gomez, it's not a Fed day till we've made a new high and a new low on the day after 2 p.m. We're close. We're getting there. Let me find my drawing tool. So here we go. We make a new low on the day, filled the gap and then some, and we're almost at that new high again. So, but all the same, exactly what I was talking about yesterday. Pretty much textbook. Is there going to be a Fed day where this doesn't happen? Surely there must be. There must be in the past, and surely there'll be some in the future again. But my point being is that how do you play something like that? Mike, see what's happening, brother. So how do you play something like that? Long term. But all the same, you have a plan, you trade it. My plan always, when it comes to FOMC days, is not to tread lightly. Excuse me, I was going to say not to trade, but to tread and trade lightly. So, open forum here for, I see 35 watching or so. That's what it says anyways, how many people are actually there. Open forum. So fire some questions away, anything you all want to discuss. I don't know if anybody took the race that I shared yesterday, was running that. Some great China names coming out of there today that just kept going the whole day, basically. So let's see, what do we have here today? TIGR, nice grinder for the day right there. I traded it, took I won't call it a scalp, but DD didn't mess with that. That kind of just got range bound, but I was watching it. Can, um, same thing there. Had a little bit of time off this kind of range break here, and these things weren't massive movers afterwards, but you also had some nice defined risk levels. Um, Definitely some nice defined risk levels on some of these, so you weren't getting too far in trouble even with the big gap ups. You got some nice ranges here, so you come in with let's say a stop of 450, 445, something like that. um, you know Nice risk to reward on some of these names here. I don't know about genius, but every once in a while things work out. Yeah, PD. Yep, that was on. Is that still in the races? I don't know if it's fell off now. It had been on races all day. I mean, here's one. Maybe setting up for another shot here. And, some of these on the daily charts too look good, and this is what I mean by look good. All right, we've had this big sell-off, all right, and now we've got, we've gapped up and we're moving up, and we've got space to move up on the day. That doesn't mean it's going to get up there, no, but the potential for it being there is what we want to look at. Um, yeah, PDD. Why is that not showing up anymore? What'd you do? What'd you do, PDD? Oh, it's gone above the threshold. That's what it is. So I think this has a max of 30 on it now, and I think that's a max of 40, and that's a max of 50. Just trying different things out with different price ranges, so that's why it's not there anymore. But it'd been on my races most of the day. BEKE. Yeah, very nice. And, we look at things like that, and bang, right there, no accent. But if this holds tomorrow, there, all possibilities. Does it get there? No, but it's nice when you have nice upside levels to look at, and you've got now a nice defined risk level on the bottom. I mean, we've got the top of that shadow right there in the bottom of this, the base of this candle here, the body of that candle. So again, nice stuff to look at. I like to look at pretty charts. The previous, I saw someone asking about that yesterday. I haven't looked at it yet, to be honest. I guess I got to check that one out. Ellie, another one here. Interesting. We've got some retail stores on the move here. So is this what I want? No. I guess I'll have to go to the list. Where are you? TI strength. There we go. KSS. That's what I want. Kohl's. So Kohl's retail. We just looked at Land's End as retail. So interesting. Some retail plays coming in here for sure. Ah, there you go. That's what got Kohl's going crazy. Retail equity going to buy it. All right, Peter. Thanks for that. Thanks for that info. Appreciate that. I had no idea. See, that's what I don't do. I don't read the news. I just saw this chart and I'm like, yo, what's up with that? We were discussing it in our spaces. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So let's see, VNet looks like an all day long, all day strong kind of thing right here. The Kweb, another the China Bull ETF here, 2x leverage. I had I don't know if it was a gentleman or a lady that came into our support chat earlier. I don't know if they popped in here or not, asking about being able to automate trading. And they specifically wanted to automate it with leverage ETFs. And yeah, I told them we could do it. It's not, just a straightforward press play kind of thing. You gotta, set some things up. You'd have to create a symbols list of the ETFs you want, and then, make an alert window essentially. But something that could be done. So just didn't know if that person was here or not, since I had this leverage ETF pop up on the screen. If you were, fire some questions at me. TME. This was so another one here, breaking that opening range finally. Oops, that's a terrible line. Was having trouble getting by that opening range, and we look again at this. Could it make a move up there? Absolutely. Is it going to today? Obviously not. How do you know when it's time to get out of a trade, Don? If you're in a trade and you're asking that question, it's time to get out. That's what that means. This actually goes back to Peter had come in the chat earlier and kind of asked a similar question. So, two things that I'd go over, and this is for anybody that's curious. Trade management is probably the hardest part of a trade. But a big part of it comes in before you enter the trade. So an absolute must before getting in a trade is you must have a stop in mind. Whether you're going to obey that or not, obviously going to be another story. But if you got into a trade and you don't have a stop in mind, you should have never ever gotten to that trade. You cannot get into a trade without a stop. Now, stops are hard. That's it. The stop is the end. I'm just drawing that line to illustrate where, someone might, as a day trader, take a stop. All right? That's the end. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. There's no negotiating your stop. There's no, let me just move it 3 cents because 3 cents becomes 6 cents, which makes a $100 loss become a $110 loss, which then, 3 more cents becomes, now moved at 6 cents, which now makes it a $150 loss, and so on and so forth, kind of throwing some numbers out there. But I think you get the point. The second part, you should have a tentative upside look, all right? But the upside look is not a hard target, like a hard stop is going to, a stop is hard. That's the end of it. There's no negotiating your stop. You decided that's your stop. That's the end. That's what you're going with. No negotiating that with yourself. Now, your target should be semi-time frame based. What do I mean by that? All right. Well, let's take a look at the stock. All right. A couple things that we can note here. All right. The float of the stock being 108 million. All right. The odds of us getting up to this level of, let's say 550 or so in a day with 108 million in the float, probably not so great in just a day. All right. So you might want to look at something, more short term in that target. And no happy accident, as we zoom in on this chart, where do we see this stalling out? Right around this area right here. All right. So, we try to look for what are likely targets, likely stall areas to the upside. All right. Now, if your trade's working out and you're up at that target and you're hanging around there, you got two options. One, you could say the trade's working and I'm leaving it just exactly as it is. Or you could satisfy the greed demon and the fear demon at the same time, saying, well, I'm bumping my head into resistance. I've got, for example, 500 shares of this. Let me peel out of 100 of them. Let me peel out of 300 of them. Let me peel out of 250 of them. So now I've locked something in, and if it starts to move back down, you could say, you know what, I'm going to lock the rest of it in. I don't want to head back to the stop. I don't want to give it back. Or you could say, you know what, I still like this trade and I've already locked some profit in. I've got my stop that's in there already. Maybe I can move my stop to break even, for example, something to that effect. But that's where you got to kind of you manage the trade actively to the upside while you let the downside risk work. I'm a big fan for myself personally. How did I pick that line? My eye picked that line. My eye goes immediately to see this right here on this chart. Whoops, that's not what I want. Hold on, let me get rid of that trend line. I did not want to do a trend line. My eye immediately saw this as soon as I brought this chart up right here, that level right there. I wanted to go a little bit higher. I saw that wick from the other day, and we couldn't get through it there. We couldn't get through it there, and we're struggling at it right now. So my eye went to that immediately as long-term resistance, and then my eye goes to the bottom of this shadow right here on the bottom, and I don't think it's any happy accident where these things line up. They're not happy accidents. I mean, maybe on occasion they are, but it's just where my eye is going to on these. And for me, this was something that I looked at earlier today, and why I didn't, I had TME set up with a price alert, and then I decided, you know what, I don't like that range. It's not a tradable range, number one, for me. And number two, I want to see it breaking away. I want to see it do something like what VNet's done here. And look at a chart of VNet, all right? Earlier in the day, when this stock was at this level here, at that $6 level, there's your $6 level, I said if we got through that $6 level, we could have some room to run towards this side up here. And what did we do? We did that. Now, did I trade VNet? No, because I decided to trade something else instead that didn't move the way I wanted it to. But that's, that's kind of how that happens. Was this the one that I did? I can't remember. Here we go. This is one. So, I didn't, I got kind of gun shy on this one. I took this trade here. I thought it was going to make this break on that 15-minute candle. I was in it for a couple of minutes, and I said, it's Fed day. I had already made another trade. I'd made someone. I said, I don't want to hand it back, and I just got out right away. And, hindsight being 2020, of course, this thing went to move on. But what I was looking at is when I started to struggle at that level there, I was looking at this right here and saying, maybe I'm not going to be able to get by that level and look at that level, look at this level. And so I decided, as I was active managing this trade, I said, these are my two risk levels to the upside, or my two reward levels to the upside. And I'm really struggling for a couple of minutes at this, and I already kind of feeling uncomfortable trading right now. I also took I had taken other trades at that point too. So I said, you know what? I'm not hanging around on this one, and I closed it for just, for a few bucks basically. Now, what did it end up doing? It ended up moving. But, there was no way for me to predict that, and I decided, you know what? I'm going to take my $5 or whatever it was, my $30, whatever it was, and I'm walking away with that today, and I'll go buy a cheeseburger. And that's how I pick those things. On the downside, I was, because it's a day trade and I got in early, I was using the bottom of today's opening range as my stop, and that's how I was doing that. And that was the other part of it too. I said I don't want to let it go down here now. I don't trust it to make a move through here. I should have had more patience with it. That's all, but I didn't. Another one that I did the same thing with, only I didn't trade it, was Can. No, it wasn't Can. It was Momo. But we looked at Momo, right? Did I look at Momo? Yeah. So we looked at this one. No, did we look at this one? I can't remember. This one was a much better candidate, and I should have had more patience paying attention. That $6 level, I ran out of patience. I stopped. I stopped paying attention because I had a price alert down here. I moved it up here since, and really after that, took that price after it got 6 and claimed it. And there's plenty of time to get in there. It's 605, 610, 615, and I could have had a nice move through all of that. I just decided I wasn't going to do it. And look at the upside risk on this versus the downside risk, or the upside reward versus the downside risk. My downside was down here if I'm using this opening range at 560. That's not so bad, right? 40 cents. I'd probably share size a little smaller given 40 cents. But, look at the upside reward, the possible upside reward here. So, that's where I was going with it. On these charts, you want to zoom in because you're looking at real short-term stuff. That's where I was with those things. So hopefully that all kind of makes sense and you're getting something out of this here. But in the end, managing a trade is these two things. Hey, we're about to make a new high on the day on the SPY. So, my real point that I want to highlight here is before getting in a trade, you must have a hard stop that you obey. If you're not willing to obey those stops, you're best off in the simulator at this point. This isn't directed at any one person. Just my 2 cents from my experience, my personal experience. I've been pretty decent over even early on. It sounds kind of weird, but I was really good at getting stopped out, and I was proud of that in the sense that I picked a stop, I stuck to it. It meant I was wrong, the trade was wrong, and I can move on from there. It doesn't feel good, obviously, but knowing that I had the discipline to stick to my stops early was a good thing, and it's played well for me moving forward. Where I was terrible, and where I think you were going with this more, Don, is that upside. I had a lot of I had a lot of trouble, like I think you're indicating here anyways, on managing that upside. And that's where, I started paying more attention because I was really good at picking a stop, but I never paid attention to where I thought a stock could go. And as soon as I started paying attention to where I think a stock might be able to go, I found more success because then I said, all right, I have something to shoot for. And if I'm starting to run out of steam shooting for it, maybe it's time to get out before there and walk away with the profits. And it always seems to work out, and this is the way it's going to be in any successful trading career. You're gonna sell, and then it's going to keep doing this. And to quote Michael Noss, the most successful traders I know always complain about selling winners early. It's just kind of the way that it goes. But if I stick to my stops all the time and I sell 100% of my winners early, I'll be doing okay. I certainly will be doing okay, and I think the average person trading that's finding some success will also be doing well in that sense too. And again, two devils to feed: greed and fear. Greed says, hold it, we're going to the moon. And fear says, sell it because it's going to pull back. Well, satisfy them both and split the difference somewhere. Whether you're selling a third or half or quarter or 3/4 or whatever it is, And I think part of that also has to be, determined by, if you're someone, early on for me, I was taking, 200 shares, 150 shares, 100 shares, like a huge position for me was taking 300 shares. That was a huge position for me. So, if you're taking 50 shares of something, and you're hemming and hawing whether to sell the whole thing. You don't sell half of 50 shares. Generally speaking, if you've got 300 shares or 500 shares, sell 200, sell 250, sell 300, on that upside and really lock something in. And then if the position moves against you now, it doesn't move against you as hard. And if it moves up, well, you're not getting the full benefits of the position moving up. You still know that you're in a more comfortable position. So, more trader talk versus, scanning and stuff like that, but hopefully that makes sense. We are really ripping here into the close. I mean, look at that. Take a nice screenshot of that. And get that back out of the way. And so remember, one of my favorite words ever is relative. Everything is relative to what you're doing and what you see. It's going to be relative to what you're seeing on the chart, going to be relative to your account size, going to be relative to your position sizing. It's all relative. Einstein was a genius in more ways than one. So again, I'm kind of going off on a lot of tangents here, I guess, on this talk. So any other questions, or if something isn't making sense to anybody, or they want to take this conversation in a different direction, please do so. Hijack the conversation with me. Here's one that I was watching, and so I traded this yesterday, day traded yesterday, and I got out for a very small gain. And in hindsight, it looked like I did the right thing. And I wasn't looking at this as a swing trade. I got in this somewhere here on, I think it was this candle. It might have been this candle. I can't remember, but it was somewhere in that level there. And made that move up, and I'm like, I couldn't get out. It pulls back, and it's like I should have got out, right? And hindsight's 2020, whether I should have. And we made this move, and we got stuck here. And it pulled back here. I got out. I was like, I'm not going to let it break 6 again. And while I'm getting out for a small gain, now yesterday I was looking at it as we've been in an overall downtrend. We had this gap up. We've kind of pulled back to this level here, and I thought, all right, we gapped up again today. Are we going to go? And I thought, I hedged my bet. Was doing much bigger volume yesterday on the relative volume. And, it's a very liquid stock. It wasn't the case. And, yesterday it looked like I made the right call. As far as the day trade went, we kind of, held that range around $6, poked down here past my entry, actually. So it made me feel real good. Of course, today, it makes us move up today. And I'm like, But, I'm looking at this level here, which isn't far off that level there, and that's work to get through that. And do I want to put money for that reward there versus this risk down here? I'm not really sure. Thinking of it as a swing trading position versus a day trading position. Of course, this thing can it go? Absolutely, sure, why not? Any stock can go at any time, but I'm not a prognosticator, so. Just give, thoughts and ideas. I'm sorry, I was going through some of the price alerts that I have here on some different stuff. And thoughts behind those, and, maybe sharing some chart thoughts, help spark anything. Or maybe someone's going to look at what I'm talking about on charts and say, Chris, what the heck are you thinking? That's foolish. Why would you think that? And I'm open to those interpretations. TIG, what are you doing? Another way, someone asked about, I filled in for Andy last week on his 5 o'clock webinar, and someone was asking about stock races for swing trading. And it's a little tough because, a lot of the stuff is kind of looking at intraday stuff, but what I said is go through your winners in the stock races, especially the ones that have a lot of wins. It's kind of covered up here, but you can see on these columns a little bit better. And then look, at these charts on some of these winners and say, hey, does this thing have room to go still? For me, VNet, if it can get through this level, then you're looking up here, here, you know what I mean? So some of these might have some things to look at, Norton LifeLock. Yeah, nope, I ain't liking that. RMBL, look at that, That's got some move to run. That's got some really good room to run. Up to here, all right? You throw a stop here at around $30, and you're looking at 37 here, so you're risking, $3 to try to make 4, give or take. Up around 38, roughly. I'm estimating some of these numbers, but just another way to use the data that's here, that's collected throughout the day on these races. I'm going through some of these charts. We take a look here, volume, nice liquid stock, all right. Taking a look at that right there, technical analysis 101, buy smiley faces. Am I saying buy this? No, but I'm saying, deserves a look, that's for sure. All of a sudden, looking at this, 1950 give or take, we could stick a stop around that, right? And we're looking up, if we get through this, we're looking up at, 20, 24 and change, $25 to the upside. So we're risking, not even $2 to make 5. And again, this becomes tentative. Is it going to get there? No way to know. Is it going to get here? No way to know. But what we do know is we obey this no matter what. This is in flex. Yeah, absolutely. So I'll go ahead and first I'll share the one all the way to the left first. I'm going to share it in 2 senses here. Copy. Is this the right one? Yes. All right, so there's that. All right, and then I don't think I have this top list saved. Then I'm going to share the top list too because it's a twofold system how the races work, or at least for me anyways. Right. Sorry, just want to save this and drop this link in here for y'all. Alright, so there's the actual race setup and the actual top list. Now, what I've done is I've taken this top list and I've said, hey top list, I want you to find me stocks between $4 and $30, traded 150,000 shares today. The stock has to have gapped up 0.75% and it has to also be up 2% from the previous day's close. Relative volume is 3, and then I want to see it no more than 20% off the high of today. And also, I don't want it below that. I don't want it below that that level. So I want to see stuff that essentially it gapped up, then it kept moving, all right, but it hasn't pulled back more than a certain percent each time it makes a new high. All right, and that's the idea behind that. So I figured these are like kind of gap and go. I want to see stuff that's gapped and gone, all right? And then the way I configured the race today was this. I said we're going to look at 10 stocks at once at the max, all right? Whoop. New race starting. Sorry, I was getting kudos because I said in our trader chat we're going to fill the gap and then we'll make a new high on the day. And that's exactly what we did on the SPY. So I'm feeling pretty good about that. So anyways, we're running 10 lanes. So 10 lanes, 3-minute races, and we're running on the change from open, a delta value. So essentially what I've done is I said top list, I want you to bring me the top stocks on this list here, all right? And I want you to race them on a delta value, meaning everything starts from even, starts from 0, and it changed from open. So regardless of what the actual change from open is, we're all starting even on a change from open essentially. And now I want you to run and tell me what's moving the most since this race started on a change from open percent. And that's how I do it. And these ones, no different, just different setups in those scans. That's essentially it. I like this one so far the last couple of days. These ones, this one specifically, since last Thursday has been kind of Today it was okay. This was decent today. It was okay yesterday. So a couple of months that these races ran really well. And then to have a few bad days, I'm not going to read much into it. Some crazy times going on and all that kind of jazz. So, we'll just have to see what the future holds for those. Sorry, I was just reading something here. And that's it. The other beauty of the races to me is, look, I'm looking at a max of 30 names at once for day trading, all right? And I can even cut that number down if I want to cut that number down, all right? Instead of, these new high momentum alerts, some people, obviously people trade them great because we wouldn't be in business if they didn't. That's, been our bread and butter for a long time. But when I've got an alert window and just alert after alert after alerts going on, and even if I use the don't repeat function, I feel like, I'm trying to go back and look, and I don't know, it just, having that alert that has to work with the filters sometimes kind of, puts those windows at a disadvantage, I think. I don't need any alert to happen here. This is just going to tell me the stocks that are meeting my filters. That's it. And it's going to show me how they're moving at that time. Instead of my filters have to be met and they have to either, breaking resistance or a new high or a 5-minute high or range break or, a standard deviation break or whatever it is, whatever the alert catalyst has to be. So it gives new life to top list. Just my 2 cents. That's all. So let's bring up that SPY chart. And literally came down, filled the gap in a little bit. And we went on a tear to make a new high on the day. That was pretty bullish, to be honest. That wick like that, I haven't, overall, I haven't flipped to a overall bearish tape or a bearish sentiment, but the market's had a bearish tape to it. What I mean by that is, it looked like a downward trend, was really a longer downward trend was really starting to form. But every time we start to get that, we get a bounce, we get a sell-off, we get a bounce, we get a sell-off, and we get a bounce. Now, if we were to sell off tomorrow, obviously that bearish theme continues, and we remain in 2 different markets. You look at the Qs, it's much different. The SPY's not as rolled over, and then again, it's hard to call us in a bear market when Berkshire keeps making new all-time highs basically every day for a few months. Really, really hard to call it a bear market like that. Are there areas of the market that are definitely in bear territory? Without a question. You go through the NASDAQ and you look at how many stocks, probably something like 40% of stocks are 40% off their all-time highs or more. That's bear. I mean, this is, I believe the Qs are in bearish territory still, even with today's action. But here's the RSP. That don't look like a bear market to me. you know, same stocks in the S&P 500, just weighted evenly. And if we were to pop out of this range to the upside again, I mean, really hard to make a bear case on that. Are there going to be stuff that's bearish? Obviously, yes, but we have some disconnect in the market between bears and bulls, where they both have a case and both have a solid argument from their points of view. So, anywho, sorry, I got lost in market thought thinking about that SPY. That gap fell today and then taking off to new all-time highs. Looking at SPY levels now, start to redraw some thoughts and some things here. You know, I don't think we're going to see 458 358 again. So we start to look at the bottom of that I don't even think that's a shadow. I think that's actually a body of a candle. So we start to look at the bottom of that sell-off right there, and we start to look at this 440 level is really significant, and then your next significant level again, and it has been for a long time, is this 457, 458 level. So minus 14.5 since January 1st. So is that, but was January 1st no, all-time highs on the Qs is back here in December or November. So yeah, let's see, November 22nd. I guess the all-time closing high is here right at the end of December. So yeah, still technically not bear, because you need 20% off the all-time closing highs, I believe, to be a bear market. Correct me if I'm wrong, because it would be the 300th time I've been wrong today. So very bearish, technically a bear? No. Anywho, so much opportunity out there. I was just, teasing, after, I got kudos from the traders in our trader channel about calling that close today, what was going to happen. And Michael always teases new all-time highs next week, and I said, personally, I don't want new all-time highs, because I'd like to stay down here while my day trading is going well, and add to longer-term things that I'm thinking about. But for the purposes of people that subscribe to trade ideas and I want to see them succeed, a rising market makes it much easier for people to succeed. So, caught between wanting our users to succeed with easier markets versus what I want to do selfishly for managing my own positions. So, what I don't care for, though, is the chop and slop. I mean, I think everything's easier when we really pick a direction. I think it's easier for everybody. And, I know we've got a direction kind of going here, but, like I said, that's not the market. That's more tech. Right, 20%. But is it 20% off the all-time high or the all-time closing high? I know correction is 10% off that. Yes, Michael, it does get annoying. Look, I'm not swing trading at all, and I have never been one to take very long-term positions in anything. I've begun to consider it recently, but I wanted to see more of a sell-off before I put real long. And when I say long-term positions, I mean things that I'd try not to look at for the next 5 years. But I'd love to see to do that. I'd like to see like 320 on the Qs, and or below. I don't think we've really gotten there yet, have we? Yeah, we did. All right, I lied. I was gun shy. I wasn't ready to pull the trigger down here on some of that stuff, but also trying to find things that will make sense to do that. I'm not going in and buying Zoom. For example, the thing made a great rip for so long. But I'd like to find things, that I can buy after some pullback that might have the potential to do something similar to that, but on a longer time frame, more of a trajectory like that versus a trajectory like that. And that's where I'd like those sell-offs to come in. But as far as the short-term swing trading that I had such great success with for 18, 20 months or whatever it was, this is not the market for it. I started getting my butt kicked. Good old Google. So these are different market snapshots and thoughts that are going on in my brain, kind of going off on tangents while there isn't anything else to go over at the moment. Please explain your options scanners. I mean, we don't have any one option scanner, Todd, but what you can do is, you can look at the options filters that we have. All right, and you can add any of these to scans to try to make sure a stock is optionable and, maybe get a direction in options with it. That's what I'd throw you at. I don't have a specific option scan other than the one Barry had created that was doing so well for a while, but I haven't looked at it in months. I can share it and open it up and share it out with you, and we can look at it. So let's see, share, copy. So there's that. I'm going to open the scan now and we can go over it. I haven't looked at this in I don't even know how many months. Alright, so what this scan is doing is looking for stocks that have to be making a new high on the day while these filters are satisfied. So between 1 and 25 bucks, traded 500,000 shares traded today, has to be up that much from the previous day's close. Relative volume is 3. Options volume today, 300%, meaning it's doing 3 times its normal. And options volume today, 2,000. I believe this is going to be contracts versus percent. Let me double check that. I'm bringing this over now. So number of options traded for today. All right, so that's what that filter is looking at versus the filter above it is looking at where are you? Well, these two are considered in the same one here. Okay, so no, that's correct. This is going to be contracts versus percent. All right, and so that's essentially what it's doing. And then it's like I said, it's trying to find stuff that's got some crazy options volume going on and piggybacking off of that volume for stocks. We could do this with anything. We could build something out really fast, on our own. Heck, we could even race it. Wow, you just gave me a thought. Race on options volume. So, yeah, we're going to mess around. We're going to do something right now. We're going to go new and top list. Whoop, that's not a top list. All right, new. That's a top list. Build something right here together. We're going to share it out, and we're going to see what the heck we come up with. So let's go with stocks between, let's say, 4 and 50 bucks. Volume today, let's go with 175,000 shares traded today. Relative volume, let's go with 3. Let's go with options volume. All right, let's see. Yeah, all right, there it gave me the contracts versus percent. Let's go with options volume. And let's go with 300. So that means it's doing 3 times its normal options volume. Is there anything else we want to add to this? Yes, I'm going to go with the position and range filter for the day. and we're going to give that an 80 because we don't want to see stuff that's moved up and now it's moving back down. If it's moving back down, I don't care about it anymore. I want to know that it's, you know, it's looking fly. I don't know if it'll work after hours. I don't think there's a way to block it from a topless from working after hours other than having it set to market hours only. So we can do that. We can stop topless from populating in the pre-market, and that will happen here because that relative volume filter will not work in the pre-market, but I don't think it'll block anything in the post-market. Let me rephrase that. It won't block anything in the post-market. Kind of odd how that works. Let's give it a name. Stock racing on options. Sorry, I like my capital letters. Options. Volume. I'm going to press OK, and let's see how much stuff we got. Quite a bit coming through there. All right, let's take a look here. I want to see some of these charts that are coming through. And again, when I'm racing, I want to look closer in on the daily chart. I don't want to be so zoomed out. All right, some interesting stuff. Sorry, Andy's telling me to look at BCRX because I trade the stocks so much. Interesting. So I was looking at it a few weeks ago here, and I said we held that 1550 level. I really like that. I made a nice move off that and then really sold off. That tail right there, you know, it's an interesting level. Been there for a long time. I like that chart. I might have to buy that. I might just have to buy that. All right, back to the racing. Sorry. I'm looking at these here. So some interesting stuff coming through here for sure. So I'm going to leave this as is. Part of me wants to put a filter in that the stock is up on the day only. Sorry, Andy's teasing me about bios and not scaring me because of what they can do. So we're actually creating a new channel called Trader's Eyes where we're going to put stocks in there. We're going to put stocks in this that we're interested in, we're watching. Yeah, I was going to share it right out, Todd. I was just, you know, I'm hemming and hawing right now. I just want to come back in the configure real quick. Do we want to make this where maybe something's gapped up and it's continuing? So essentially it's taking this window that I created here, the gap up and go, and adding options volume to that. Do we want to do that? No, we're going to leave it as is for now. All right, I'm going to share it just exactly as it is. I'm going to save and share that bad boy. All right. And then, you know, we see the results that come through the next couple days. I might kick out, if this race isn't looking good tomorrow, I might kick it out and replace it with this one here. And we'll see what happens, you know, check it out. And then how I'm going to run this race, whoops, let's see, how would I run this race? Let's open it up. All right, I like 3 minute times on my races. I feel like it's not too long and not too short. And I'm replacing cars anyways. So I like those 3 minute races, alright? We're always going to sort on delta value. At least I'm going to. Unless I don't see a reason to not sort on delta value. Now the question is, what do I want to race on? I'm wondering, do we race on volume? Let's go to the configure here. Actually, let's close, well, we'll close that in a second, because if I add a column, I'm going to have to reopen that race. What do we want to race on? All right, so here's the columns we have currently. I don't want to race on change from close, maybe relative volume, maybe change from the open. What else is in here? I've been doing some RSI racing. I've had mixed results. I think I like it overall. What else? I don't want standard deviation. Someone's got a thought on what we should race. Throw it out there. I want range, because we're not looking for range. We're looking to break out of ranges. We're looking for stuff that's moving, not range bound. We want it moving in a shorter time frame. Consecutive 1-minute candles, that could be interesting. I'll go with this change 2-minute percent. I'm going to show that column, alright? So you'll have to go in and edit that scan that I just gave you if you want to do that, because you're only going to be able to race on the columns that are displayed. Number of contracts. See, that's interesting, Mike C. That is interesting. You know, let's do it. Let's go crazy. Let's do that. Let's go options volume. Do we do puts? Do we do calls? Or do we do just options contracts? Let's just do options contracts and contracts in general. Let's show that column. All right. So now we've got a few different columns we can experiment with. All right. So you folks can, go into the configure the scan and add those columns yourselves. All right. Let's get rid of that. Let's go with, oh, that's not what I want. Yeah, I know it gives sediment, but I want to, I'm not looking for, I don't care what people are feeling. I care what the chart's telling me. And I think, yeah, I like this idea. I keep hitting the wrong thing here. Sorry, I'm torn, Michael, like between if I want to go put or call ratio or just puts just call contracts. But we're gonna go with this. I mean, anybody's welcome to do whatever they want. I'm kind of spitballing here out loud. Right, I don't mind the volatility because we're day trading this, right? So that's something I'm not going to mind. So 3-minute race. All right, we're going to go with options contracts today. Delta value. We're replacing cars, all that stuff. Let's go 10 lanes. These are the things that I'm comfortable with. And you guys, you can either follow along with this or not do this. Yeah, that's what. See, I was thinking the same thing. Calls would work too. Man, I might just set up a whole screen of races tomorrow. I need another monitor. For the longest time, I could have traded with just 2 monitors, 1.5 monitors, to be honest. All right, I like what we got going on here. Let's save and share this. If anybody wants this here, but you got to make sure you add those. Yeah, I don't know if I can share this. Yeah, well, you can go back to. You can always go back. This will get posted tomorrow or later tonight or sometime like that, and you can fast forward it. It's gonna have the whole trading day with Barry in here. Market's still going up. Lost my symbol linking on the chart because this isn't symbol linked right. So I have a thumbnail chart of the SPY, but that got taken away. Excuse my yawn. Yeah, yeah, I won't be able to share this outright like this race, I don't think. Well, I can try and see what happens. Option, all right, stock racing on options volume. On contracts, we're going to save and share it like that. I don't know that this will work because the original scan, if you've loaded it, doesn't have those columns in it. But you can just always go back and add them. That shouldn't be difficult. Um, and I want to do this too. Because I'm also doing this kind of for me for tomorrow, so I can just load these. 3 minutes, 10 lanes, delta, and we're going to go a 2-minute change on this one. And we'll share this one out too. And last but not least, let's add this call one. I'm intrigued. I think this might be something worthwhile taking a look at. So call volume today. Let's show that column. And launch this real-time race. Again, 10 lanes, 3 minutes. Span this out. Delta value. And call contracts. And we'll save and share that. Yes, you get the racing on the standard, Todd. Whoops. Meant to copy that first. There we go. So, all right, that's a whole lot for everybody to work with coming tomorrow. I am going to wind down for the day here. We got 4:28. I've got to run in a moment. Very much appreciate everybody coming in here. Just the questions like Todd and Michael and Don are asking. Mike C. Throwing some ideas out there with us. This is the kind of stuff that makes the community. David. Here, all you folks. This is what makes a community. We're spitballing ideas out there. Maybe we just came up with some really awesome ideas. Maybe these fall completely flat on their face, but group effort, total group effort. So I greatly appreciate everybody that comes in here every day. I'll be back tomorrow, as I like to call it, Friday Junior tomorrow. I'll be here at 3:30 Eastern. Thursday, Friday Junior, you get Jamie Hodge at noon Eastern taking over for Barry. And Barry will have this stream open at 8. He's on the mic sharing around 9 in the morning. And we'll do it all over again, Again, as I said yesterday, bear in mind, we just had Fed Day today. It's very hard, to judge what's going to happen from here. So be nimble, be quick if you're going to trade. You're up in something, you're not sure what to do on it, Think long and hard before you decide to hold anything for extra time. We tease, the move after the Fed, the direction of the market is the move, after the head fake, after the move, after the pullback, after the new spike, after the move, when the Fed does something. So, are we going to get direction tomorrow? Who knows? But just be nimble, just be careful. That's all. So again, I thank you kindly, everybody, for popping in here, and we catch you tomorrow, and have a great rest of your Wednesday wherever you are. Take care.